What's up, fucking motherfucker? That's right. You viewer. Who am I kidding, man? Ain't nobody watching Yakuza. Nobody usually does, but too many games in a row, these fuckers. I do too much side shit. Alright. And it's middle of fucking night. I'll probably mostly play Yakuza today. Really need to get through it. Whew. We're very far off from that. And in this setup. Colors are horrible. So today's gonna be a lot of subquests for a while. Please look forward to it. Aloha. Upper.
はい、かしこまりました。お味はどうされますか？
味などいらん。砕いた氷だけくれ。
承知しました。少々お待ちください。それではこちら大盛りかき氷の氷のみとなります。
ありがとう。
It's just cold as fuck, or hot as fuck.
せや。は？ダメか。なんなんだあのじいさん。いきなりかき氷を頭からかぶって大丈夫なのか？おいおいじいさん、いきなり頭からかき氷なんてかぶって何やってんだよ。そのまんまじゃ風邪ひくぞ。なんだあんた。わしは雪を降らせるために忙しいんだ。ほっといてくれ。雪？くそ、こんなところで道草食ってられん。
What's up, Radlos?
ふわふわなかき氷なら雪
going
に
on,
な
big
るや
dog?
もしれん。それじゃあな。
What are you up to, man?
雪を降らせる
Oh yeah? Cool. I got to episode 7 and I never went back. Not because I didn't like it, but for me, if I take a break on something and it's not a stream thing, there's a very real chance I'll take a huge break on it. Which is why I'm like a binge guy. I don't binge. Doesn't end well. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't super impressed by it, to be fair, at that point either. It was cool, but it wasn't like crazy cool or anything. But I've heard good things, and I like the idea of like a movie on a train. Or stories taking place on trains. I don't do week to week. I got too much going on to like spread stuff out over a week. I mean, if I had a really dedicated crew of people who wanted to discuss stuff, I would do my own week to week. We've done that before with books and stuff like that. It'd be cool to do again. Games have just been so busy this last year and a half. Yeah, that's why stuff like One Piece is quicker than you'd think to get through, because you can skip half the episode. Isn't the movie, the Demon Slayer movie, on a train? The sequel? That's what you're supposed to watch after the core show. Demon Slayer 1, then you watch Mugen Train. And then the Mugen Train recap arc is episodes 27 to 33. What the f... I have no idea, dude. I don't know what's going on with that shit. I'll have to figure that out. It's shonen shit, yeah. Recaps and bullshit. That was my thing about it, was I was kind of expecting something that wasn't shonen. I thought it was going to be more like a seinen thing that people were getting into. But it was just another shonen. I mean, like, I know it's probably good and I want to watch it, but I was just like... I've seen a lot of shonen battle stuff, right? And I'm like, I don't mind watching some more, but those tend to be more popular than the other stuff. Because it's more like, I feel like, mass appeal. So sometimes I just kind of have to ignore the big stuff. My Hero Academia ended that way. It helps that the later seasons are apparently not as good, so I can kind of just ignore the whole thing. Nah. Although I do need to watch Badlands Rumble, that Trigun thing still. I think that was on a train too. Or did I finally watch that and I just forgot? Let me check my list. I should really keep a movie and TV list too, but it'd be like impossible to add at this point. I guess I could just make it a thing over time. You guys have like a movie site? My anime one I'm very consistent on because I've made it once I started watching anime back in high school. I feel really bad I don't watch anime. I love anime. There's a lot of like really important stuff to me in anime. No, like lists, like keeping track of it. I like having lists for discussion. I play and watch too much shit. Like, like this is mine, that kind of thing. Right? It's like I thought there was something for movies and shows, but maybe not something quite on the level of my anime list. What does it say I'm watching right now on that? Bubblegum Crisis. We started that in Discord, yeah, like, holy fuck, it's been 5 years. Jesus. I haven't caught, I fucking left off on Gintama, episode 10 billion. Almost a decade now. Jesus, time flies. Has it really been almost 4 years? Demon Slayer. Yeah, maybe if April finally slows down, we can I'll at least try to dip in and finish some of these. I don't like starting multiple shows at once, honestly, does it? Christ, man, the amount of shows I've watched. Years of like less than 20. Not that I haven't watched like a lot of them are movies. Not that I haven't watched like rewatch stuff or watch TV shows or live action movies too. I used to watch an anime like a fucking night. I just stream a lot. There's just so much to fucking. I hope nothing comes out this year in games after April, dude. I hope it just slows down to a crawl. Because I'll still play a lot of stuff, but I'd like to really try to start pushing more community stuff. Probably watch more movies than I have anime in the last few years. I'll watch like 4 or 5 at once. Comfortable chair's a huge deal. I'm sure we already talked about that though. Yeah, that helps a lot for me. I do a lot of group stuff these days too. Columbo and all that, which kind of slows the watching down, but it's fun. But there's certain things you want to watch with groups and certain things you. I don't know. Maybe I'll watch the new season of Natsume. That's one of my favorites. I don't know if I'd stream it though. It's not really. That's a show that's kind of like cool to me. I mean, it's like most people think it's cool, I guess, but like it's well regarded. But one I might just want to kind of comfy watch. Yeah, there's the 2-hour movie I haven't watched. And then season 7's coming out soon. I don't know. I need to watch more anime. I used to be like really worried about making sure I kept up with the popular anime because I want to make sure we can have good conversations in here. So I should just watch one every now and then, like each season. Like I should finish Attack on Titan. But I don't know. I keep up with games so hard that like, well, games I want to play. I don't just play shit because it's new. But it's like, oh well, if it's good and it's popular, it's like, well, then I can have the convo and enjoy it. But sometimes you just want to dig in and just go watch something that's just for you, you know, on every level. I need to probably pick some shows like that. Ren and Delicious in the Dungeon. I mean, I could pick some wild ass show and then have everybody watch it in the Discord. Problem is, then it takes forever. Ranked number 1. This one got popped. I can't do cape shit anymore. Let me know how it is though. Dungeon Meshi. Oh yeah, you guys told me about that. I need to watch Maiden Abyss, the next season of that. It's not like I don't take in any anime related shit. I mean, VNs and some of these games. Because you'll see some people say that, but I watch your anime because they're like, they only play like Gothic or some shit, you know? It's like they only play like Eurojank, but like, it's just more I just haven't gotten to watch like a good anime TV show in a while. Yeah, I love it. But Sin, Goto, and I, and then I mean anybody else who wants to group watch them. I'd already seen the first season, but we group. But I think that's kind of on me. Too many games. If you watch any gaming podcasts from like anybody in the industry, you'll hear the same thing. It's just like there's been way too much coming out, and especially this year, it's been like really long stuff. Like I've still got another like 70 hours of this probably, and then Unicorn Overlord, and then Dragon's Dogma, and Unicorn Overlord is probably gonna be after this. In April, it just kind of not because I don't enjoy them, and like I said, if I didn't have gameplay, I probably wouldn't play most of these at this point. But slide in some other shit. And I don't know what's up with work either. My car's been fucked. Honestly, I just don't want to spend the money to fix it. I might have a company car happening in like a month. I might just not until I have the money saved up to fix it, but I don't know the whole details there. I've had a little bit more time lately, but like kind of need it. We'll see what happens with all that. Point is, I've been able to get a lot of gaming in, but
朝倉だよ、格闘家。格闘系動画の朝倉チャンネルってのもやってる。結
I'll
構人気
cut
なん
in
だ
a
ぜ。
little bit in the future.
なあ、そういえばそんなこと言ってた。
God, I hate this monitor. Everything's like washed out.
朝倉ね。思い出したぜ。その人気
But I want to be in this setup so I can play Helldivers if I want to just jump in.
朝倉がなんでハワイにいるんだ？旅行が？
Yeah, I want to
Yeah.
play more just to watch, just talk about shit with people. I need to diversify mediums. I mean, I try to. I love every medium really, but I need to diversify more because I think it brings better critique and discussion to games and stuff. I find when I watch like really good movies and stuff, I'll come in and play a game and like look at it very differently. How's the storytelling and pacing and stuff like that. I remember after watching Cure, I was like, you know, like I play a game and I was like, yeah, about all this and that. And, I mean, I did some reading not too long ago, but this really isn't like I said, it's like classic reading, right? But like, it's not like super duper interesting, like all that deep. I should read the last 100 pages, but it's okay. I should finish it off. I think I just don't have enough time on Earth. Make sure I'm picking out quality stuff.
違う。俺はあんたを追ってきたんだ。
That's multi meanings to me with conversation and just for myself. So is the free run one, is that supposed to be more than one season? That's another thing about a lot of the popular stuff these days is it's like multi-season shows because a lot of them are like shonen or like comedies you can just kind of keep doing.
どういうこと
But I
だ？
don't mind watching them seasonal,
約束した
but
だろ。
even then I'd rather just
今
watch
度本
something
気で戦おう
done.
って。なのにあんた勝手にいなくなりやがって。大変だったよ探すの。やっと見つけたよ。
お前まさか俺ともう一度戦うためだけにわざわざハワイまで来たのか？
だからそう言ってるだろ。横浜であんたとやり合ってからずっと忘れられなくてさ。もう一回邪魔者なしで派手に喧嘩したいんだよ。そういうのは動画の受けもいいしな。なあ、もういいだろ。さっきから体がうずいて仕方ねえんだ。
ここまでしゅ。
Okay. Is it a shonen or like a seinen one? Like Delicious in Dungeons, one and done. I find some well, I want to say I find some of the best comedies to be that way because I think Gintama is super funny. Or it was, you know, over a decade ago when I watched it, but like it's really long. I do like anime comedy that knows to just be done after a season if it's very gimmicky, and then you just kind of watch like a different one. Right? Also, no Frieren. Demon King Heroes Party, the Priest. It's not just powering up battles and stuff. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I mean, that's fun, but it's also very familiar. More like FMA. Oh yeah, yeah. I barely even think of FMA as a shonen battle thing. I guess when I say shonen, I should say shonen battle. I think how we mention shonen is very different how they probably mention shonen. Shonen is just supposed to be like young boy audience, right? To me, it's more like battle focused, like, you know, kind of like long drawn out, lots of characters and getting new powers and all that kind of shit, right? Oh, cool. Yeah, that sounds good. I think that's why I liked One Piece as a shonen, because it was like very journey feeling still, and the battles were short. I like battles, but I like them to have impact.
断る。
One Piece might not be that way anymore. Like I said, I have
当たり前だ。
like 400 or 500
いいから殴ら
episodes.
せろ。
Now
行
it's
くぜ
like probably
ガス
thousands.
が一番。楽しませてもらおうか。
さっさと始めようぜ。ぶちかます。
その程度じゃないでしょ。まだやり足りないよな。
Get a little closer. Oh, $200 for
その程度じゃないでしょ。
crazy. 5,000. You need to up your rank too with all these.
まだやり足りないよな。 その程度じゃないでしょ。
Kind of want to summon these people. That's really expensive.
こいつだ。行くぜ。
Hi, very, very happy.
はいはい、お願いします。デリバリー。よろしく。サムライ参上。頼むぜ。いや。チェスト。ガンガン行くぜ。ガツンと行くぜ。いや。チェスト。
At least just make the fight easy.
どりゃ。
ぶちかます。受けてみな。ご苦労さん。
You have to use these summons to level them up, though.
向かうところ敵なしだな。
Yeah. I need to show more of the ones I really like to get people to watch them. I think Korra tried Mushishi, but I think she bounced off it. I gotta show some. If I don't watch what's popular, I gotta make other people watch what I watch. that's the strat.
コツつかめたんじゃねえか。
You just can't make this monitor look good, man. Like, what do you do? It's just washed out. It's got insanely bad color and black levels. Shame. They made a lot of sequels for a lot of stuff I like. Don't watch a lot of them though. I want to watch the Junji Ito show that's coming out. I think it's an adaptation of the Spiral manga he did. Which, as of like 5 years ago, I read all the Junji Ito stuff. 'Cause I do read manga sometimes. I left off on Fire Punch though. I read like a third of it and I never went back. I liked that guy's small manga pretty well, and Fire Punch was interesting. At this point, I'd have to restart.
何？
なあ、
ふ。
Was that the firefighter one? Wasn't that one like a shonen too? Or was it actually focused on the fire ship? I kind of want to watch some. I kind of want to watch like something old as well, but mostly just watch something good. The thing is, some of the old ones I'd want to watch, like Record of, no, excuse me, The Legend of the Galactic Hero, like Card Captor or something. They're like really long.
ほう。
そう。じゃあな。
Crazy for breakfast.
Gotcha. I was kind of hoping it would actually be about just like extreme firefighting, not actual just fighting. Like some thriller drama about crazy arsonists and insane fire situations with over the top fire and gadgets and shit. Yeah, I need to watch Galaxy Express as well. That's a spin-off sort of related to Utena, right? Or is it just because it's the same author or artist? I think they like share some characters, but it might not be actually connected. Revolutionary Girl Utena, right? That was called. Ten is the one with the Yuri, I think. Luchin. Yep, that would be considered a shonen as well. I mean, it's shonen's very like broad. Like I said, in Japan, I think shonen's just supposed to mean like young boys, anime or manga or something. But I mean, it's just that doesn't mean a whole lot. When I say it, when I feel like people in the West say it, it's more just I feel like to discuss kind of more action oriented, somewhat long form battle shows with some amount of like flexibility, right? Like somebody would say Full Metal Alchemist is shonen, but it's not really like Dragon Ball Z, right? But yeah, I would say Inuyasha is. Yeah, I watched a lot of Inuyasha back in the day too. Kagome. It had a cool feel to it. I always liked it. I haven't watched it since, and I think the what actually finishes the show was never aired, right? It was just like a movie OVA that actually finishes everything. Base, what, Harlock or something? It's Pirate Captain Harlock or something. I wanted to watch the CG movie with that. Cactus City, yeah, that was pretty. I think that was the one he was talking about. Pretty cool CG. Okay, was aired cool. Yeah, I don't think I ever watched it. I always wanted to know what would happen. You know, it's one of those shows that the big plot only really happens like very rarely. Yeah, it was cool. I mean, there's a certain mystique to it, right? Like a somewhat, you know, ooh, this is like a mature, kind of like a little mystical cartoon, right? Back in the day, yeah, you know. So that Inuyasha was always this, it's like on late at night and shit. You know, there's like DBZ and stuff, but it's much more in your face action. Inuyasha kind of had a different feel to it. I think a lot of people have a lot of nostalgia for Inuyasha because of that. Other new seasons too? Shit. Yeah. I wouldn't know a whole lot. 2009. Did the Bleach final season air finally? Bleach was considered one of the big three. I don't know if there still is a big three anymore. Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece. Although really you'd think DBZ would be there. I mean DBZ's always probably just existed in its own world. And I think when Bleach and all that was out, I mean, you're getting like Dragon Ball GT and shit, not quite the high point. Dragon Ball. And then they did remakes and shit for a while. Oahu Burger. There it is. Yeah, see, I know Zatch Bell, but I never watched it. Did Zatch Bell air on Toonami? That wasn't an Adult Swim one like Inuyasha was, right? Or was it like, it wasn't WB or something? Saturday morning, okay, that's probably why. I skipped out on a lot of Saturday morning shit. Okay, I didn't watch WB. It was Nickelodeon for me when I was really young. Straight into Cartoon Network. And then that was it for me. I just started my own shit. Then it came to cartoons and all that. And then anime. Lupin, the borderline nudity. I mean, even like Sailor Moon and stuff had that, right? The transformation. But, I didn't watch much Sailor Moon. Is the WB stuff, was that 4Kids? Or was 4Kids everywhere? The classic 4Kids censoring and like One Piece and shit. Where they take like 30 episodes of the show and turn it into 9. And like smokes are turned into like fucking lollipops and all that kind of shit. Feel bad for the kids, they got fucked. Paranoia Agent's awesome, yeah. Were you there when we watched some of that director's stuff, Sin? Like, late last year. I really like that director, the guy who did Paranoid Agent. We thought about watching Paranoid Agent in Discord for shit, since I haven't seen it since high school. But yeah, big fan. I would definitely recommend that's another reason my list looks so sparse. I end up rewatching too much shit because of Discord. I'll watch like a bunch of anime movies, but I don't want to add them. Perfect Blue, yeah. Perfect Blue's probably my favorite by him.
I know.
Pretty heavy duty though. Paranoia Agent's definitely his most surreal. I think the last one we watched by him was Tokyo Godfathers. That one was alright. I liked it, but I'm definitely more of a Paprika, Perfect Blue, Paranoid Agent kind of guy. Yeah, Big O. My friend's a Big O fan, but I never watched it. I should have. It always reminded me of the Batman animated series. I always wanted to watch that. I liked Batman Beyond. Dragon's cool. I love Ghost in the Shell standalone complex. I really wanted to rewatch that. It's hard to justify rewatches. That's why having other people rewatch it with me there is like, at least I could say, oh well, you know, at least there's something kind of fresh going on there for somebody. But I really want to rewatch standalone complex. I love Yoko Kanno's soundtrack. Yeah. I have the Wolf's Rain soundtrack. Never watched it though. That was another one that finished in OVAs, if I remember right. There was like 6 or 7 OVA episodes or something to finish that show. The local Japanese public access channel. Oh, very cool. That's awesome. Yeah, I've heard of Blue Gender. Alien horror. I think everybody's like horror anime like christening thing was probably Elf and Lied, right? I don't think Elf and Lied's really that good. But it was probably like one of the more entry level like, ooh, this show's violent and kind of spooky, but it's not really. The thing with anime, really a lot of VNs and even manga, like there's a lot more manga I guess that are horror, but like there's really not that many anime or like VN like horror like things. I think that's why stuff like Higurashi gets kind of popular. Is like it's kind of like stands out in anime as this like semi-horror thing. Like there's spooky stuff and elements, but there's not many like just raw horror things. So it'll be interesting to watch the Junji Ito show. The art style looks pretty accurate. Did it actually come out? What do people think? Not the Junji Ito collection. There's one that's about the spiral. Uzumaki Spiral into Horror. Not yet aired. Oh, it's gonna be 4 episodes. Yeah. This is gonna be dog shit. So the thing with Junji Ito is he makes horrible endings. The endings are so bad to every one of his things, but his art's really fucking good. But they're really interesting. They're all pretty short too. Shinsekai Yori. Yeah, I watched Shinsekai Yori with the Mole Man. It's been a while, but had a good atmosphere and dug into some interesting stuff. That one's kind of one of your more serious seinen animes, or however you say that. People will kind of flock to. I like it. I don't think it's like overrated or anything. It's not like one of my personal favorites, but it's good. I like those kinds of anime that just have a story to tell in one season or two, and that's it. Despite there being a lot of anime that are stretched out over multiple seasons, it's much better than a lot of Western television is about it, where every show is milked to the fucking end of time. I mean, you get your good stuff like You know, like even True Detective, like, you know, that's a good show, but it's got 3 seasons to milk it, even though they're all separate stories, right? So I think the anime tends to be, because they do adapt a lot, a little better about that. But a lot of your popular ones are multi-season ones, and they'll never finish. Was he? Anything that man touches. Their hamburgers are the juiciest in town, or so I've heard. Thank you, Kaibo.
You're gonna regret this.
KDkill.
Yeah, I'd recommend Shinsekai.
俺の番か。手数がいるな。叩き潰す。テリア。
You scared?
ガンガン行くぜ。さっさと。I'll sue you.
俺の番だな。
I'll sue.
いや。
いつでもいいぜ。ぶちかます。
Yeah, good ones this then.
また強く
Yeah,
な
I
っちゃ
need
っ
to
た。
dip into some more anime for sure. So it's a medium I love a lot. Most of the mediums I dipped into, I feel like Manga's the one that I've actually have the least amount of like actual stuff under the belt in. With books, it's only because in the past I used to read as much as I streamed, and then I would do anime. There's games back in there, but these days it's like I'm just all games. Too much coming out. Yeah, I'm supposed to go into the burger place.
Yo, 千歳さん。
春日さん、いつもご利用ありがとうございます。Delivery Help ホノルルシティ支店の千歳バスター・ホームズです。
こちらこそいつも世話になってるよ。
はい、キャンペーン中なのです。こちらお受け取りください。
Imps tights.
おう、サンキュー。じゃあな、千歳さん。
末永くそばで。
Romance. With Gary Buster Holmes' sister.
ハロー。
More Hellsing. Hellsing was good. I liked Ultimate pretty well. It was a dub I actually enjoyed too.
おっしゃ、行くぜ。よし。
They put out an anime that he did. Or that was based on some other thing he did, it was like Slayers or some shit. I don't remember exactly. I don't think it was supposed to be awesome though.
いや、使いやがれ。
俺の番か。手数がいるな。いつでもいいぜ。ガンガン行くぜ。やるのか。行くぜ。叩き潰す。
俺の番だな。いや。きついな。
Alright, buddy.
よし。いや。勝負しろよ。
There's a lot of dudes in this fucking street here.
乗るか What do you want?
Hey, you! What are you looking at? What are you looking at?
What are you looking at?
マスターが言ってたガレージってここか？
何か用？
I think shows with me is it's like anything. Everything's like a huge event. I gotta like I want to be in like the right mood. I want to sit down, have time for it, and get all immersed in shit. I'm about casually just sliding in a little bit here and there.
どこから？
ここだよ。
あ？どう？
お客さん？車の整備。
あ、いや、そうじゃなくて。
バット？あのね、うちはバット屋じゃないんだけど。
いや、それは分かってるんだけどよ。
なら帰ってくれる？
いや、でもリボルバーのマスターに紹介されてさ、何でも手入れできるすげえ人がいるって。
それを早く言ってよ。無駄な嘘つかせないで。
お、じゃあやってくれるのか？
うちはマスターから紹介された案件しかやらないんだ。逆にマスターの紹介なら誰でもいい。
マスター。
ジュリっていう。
俺は春日一番だ。よろしくね。
で、手入れするのはそのバット？
おう。
おじさん、いい年なのにこういうバット持ってんだ。なかなか香ばしいね。
すみません。できそうかな？
いつも銃や刀をいじってるんだ。バットくらい余裕だよ。なめないで。さあ、さっさとやろう。どうしたいか言ってみて。
Spider materials.
ご要望は？
Apparently pumped for this, but hopefully they've got a nice clean system. We'll see. Paddle. Why can't I make this one? Plug it down.
ここをこうして。なかなかいい感じ。あとちょっと。これで仕上げ。よし。
Looking at the camera more than the bat.
すげえ。同じバットじゃねえみたい。
傷の修復だけじゃつまらないから、いろいろいじらせてもらって、振り心地も殺傷力も上がっている。
最高だぜ。すげえ握りやすくなったし、持ってるだけであんたすげえんだな。マスターが
私なんてまだまだだよ。マスターの足元にも
Why don't you learn from him?
なんか
いや、気にしないで。
おい姉ちゃん、
先客がいるんだ。帰ってくれる？
あんたに俺の武器
There's some rando running into the corner here.
私は車の整備が仕事だって言ってる。
いい加減その嘘や。
仮に武器の整備をしていたとしても、
このクソガキ、大人女さっさとやれって言ってるんだよ。
おいおい、ちょっと待って。
なんだお前は。
先客だよ。車整備のな。順番は守ってくれねえと困っちまうんだな。
状況わかってるのか？わかったよ。確かに横入りはいくならお前を殺せば横入りにはならねえよな。
なるほど。合理的だ。やってみるか。
おう、ぶっ殺して
Pulling
や
a
る。
gun.
お前らこ
At
こ
least
で
he did it
できやがった
outside of a cutscene.
よし。どりゃ。
ぶちかます行くぜ。
ほら来いよ。
しゃあとりゃ
死んでもらうぜ。
Didn't even have his gun loaded. What the fuck? Hopefully the upgrading system and all that's tighter. Usually that shit in Yakuza ends up being really sloppy. It'll be either like super grindy, kind of pointless, end game focused, in Ishin, or have way too many kind of superfluous systems in it, like a lot of bloat. Like Ishin was kind of bloated. Like it was cool, some of the things you could upgrade and the way you could go, but like that you couldn't get a lot of it from like quests and stuff like that, and how end loaded it was, and how easy it made the story, and it just wasn't very tight. It was kind of like annoying to get into, but also not very rewarding. I feel like in recent memory, something like a Dragon Quest 11 is pretty interesting. There's like a cool mini game to it, every little upgrades. Feels like meaningful little bits of improvements. And since there's a good amount of difficulty and the rewards for stuff, it tends to like since there's a good amount of difficulty, like when you upgrade and upgrade everything, it feels, you know, I feel like you're prepping up for the fight, right? You're preparing. It feels good. It feels like you need it. It sucks in a game like this where you just like can ignore it forever, but it's also not fun to do. Even if you didn't want to ignore it, it's just like kind of. So we'll see on that. I don't remember it being very interesting in 7, but I feel like a JRPG it needs to be better. It's always been boring, and like all the other Yakuza games that are action focused, you usually just ignore it. But you run around, get one piece of good like defense gear, and then ignore the rest. Then just upgrade your own stats.
もう二度とこの店に近づくんじゃねえ。いいな。
二度としません。すみませんでした。
大丈夫か。
ああ、私は平気。たまに来るんだよ。どっかから噂聞きつけてきた。ああいうやつが。まあ。
I don't know. Like a tight, I feel like equipment system. There's like so much going on with it, right? Like a really good one. Like where you get the materials, how you get them, how much grind there is, you know, how that feeds in like the exploration and all that, and the side content, how much you need it, which is difficulty of combat, if there's any gimmicks to making it, the menu work. I mean, I feel like it's like a really good RPG. It's like there's so many things going together to make like equipment feel good. Sometimes it just feels good to optimize and just kick ass. At least having a few of those things work out is pretty nice. Pretty rare. I feel like they all work out perfect. Because you also have to balance the game around. I feel like a wider amount of people. Like if you make it so the game you have to be perfect with your gear every single time, well then you're gonna, you know, the people who are a little less perfect about it or don't want to do all the side stuff, you know, for a little bit. So I don't know, it kind of depends. Although there are, I guess, ways you can have meaningful gear
いつもは自力で追い返すんだけど
options still.
おじさんがやってくれて楽できたよ
And that depends on the battle systems and
ありがとね。
shit.
の、ああ、確かにその腕前だったら依頼したくなる連中も多いだろうな。
でも私はマスターからの紹介以外はやらないって決めてるから。
へえ。マスターと関係は長いのか？
そんな長くはないけど、まあいろいろあってね。ここもマスターから間借りしてるんだ。実質店のオーナーみたいなもんかな。
そうなのか。リボルバーだけじゃなくて、
さっきも言ったように武器の手入れは表立ってやってない。まあ口外するようなやつ。
おう、もちろんさ。
ああ、今日は助けてもらったしサービスでいい。それでよければ。あと私と同じような修理屋が
Rank increases.
ありがとうよ。これから
Yeah, I don't want to be like immediately like kind of negative about this one or anything. I'm just super used to like Yakuza gear systems being really shit. Hopefully this is like much tighter. There's a lot of room they could have improved on stuff. Not just in gear. I really don't remember how all the gear worked. But it was at least like horrible. I don't remember being annoying. But another game.
ジュリちゃん。
なんだ？おかしいか？
Like I found it in Ishin to be really
そ
bad.
んな可愛い呼び方されたことないからなんだかむずがゆいな。
そうか？すまん。嫌だったらかい。
いや、まあいい。
よし。ジュリちゃんで決め。
陽気な人。
Oh shit. I love that they brought this guy back. Alright, I need to take a quick break. The coffee's getting to me. Oh, starting soon. There you go. Alright, I'll be back in like 5. guys for sticking around. Back into it here. Anyways, when we left off in the story, Kiryu has cancer. Less than 6 months to live. Also, we need to sneak into the Barracudas kind of district of town. Barracudas being essentially a Hawaiian mafia, if you will. That guts people and it's pretty violent, I guess. Because that's where this one chick has gone. That might know where Ichimon's mother is, who is wrapped up in all sorts of conspiratorial. Who knows if Kiryu's gonna actually die in this, or if it's gonna be like a conspiracy that the doctor told him he had cancer or something. Who knows? I don't trust Yakuza to not be bullshit. So. But that's kind of where we're at. But I'm doing subquest today. So that'll be for a while. Yeah, I think. Plus 50. Any weapon can be upgraded to be a 6-star. Upgrade values are carried over. Okay. This if I wanted. Already got the tranquility back. I said don't be afraid to upgrade it. It carries over. I just keep upgrading the fucking heroes, but I'm sure that's the safe bet. Make the rough lumber metal battle. I kind of want to just upgrade the vibrator. It'd be funny, but I don't know if you could create any special stuff with it. don't see the massive massage machine in here. Although maybe you need higher facility rate. God, some of this is expensive. Cause burning. Cause bleeding. And golf club.
始めるよ。待たせた。
Make this for sure. Cooling wrench.
これでいい？だいぶいじったから試してみて。
Is used on anything else? Can I just use anything? The problem is like you can upgrade whatever and like combine it into shit, but it has to be like a very specific thing to do that with. I guess you could just make everything, huh? Nunchuck and shit. Like if I upgrade this, then I won't be able to use the upgrades from the Hero's Bat on something later. The thing is, the Hero's Bat has like no bonus stuff on it. I don't know if it has like good stats. Settled that. So I could just keep upgrading this because it's a safe pick. Not kind of boring, but
始めるよ。いい感じにしといたから。
boost the damage of electric attacks.
これでいい？はい、出来上がり。
Material exchange. Trade in this.
始めるよ。残念。
One iron.
また来てよ。
Gotcha.
Oh.
Side quest time.
いい感じだな。
This mug, man. I appreciate this mug. It's more of like funny for me. Or pre-mag. In the camera. My favorite, you guys have like a favorite coffee cup? I've got one that's like smaller than this and it's kind of lighter. And because I sip my drink over time, it's just big enough that it doesn't get like cold by the time I'm done. I have some that have like huge open tops and it makes it really like hard to drink, and it's too heavy, and it gets cold quick. This one's not bad, but I got another one that isn't kind of got goofy words on it. I really like it. I don't like having to fucking clean it every single time I make coffee. Grenade. I have a small one that I like for tea and a big one I use for soup. Oh yeah. I don't do much hot tea. It's just coffees or like hot chocolate. But I would probably use the same thing, yeah. Soup's a good idea in a big cup.
Hawaii って な、
まあホテルで予約したりハワイのドライブ穴場のスポットも知ってるから。
へえ、
いや車がない。
仲良し。
Cabbie to the core. I guess I could do that. Like you make your own soups and stuff. I don't know if a cup of chicken noodle or something would fit. I usually just get some Tupperware for that kind of shit. Tupperware. If I get these all in a row. Increased money obtained from battle. Yeah, that'd be nice. Need to find more of these though, hiding around.
Let's talk about something
Pretty tough getting in here. Oh really? I don't know if mine would. I'm just kind of curious. Try one day. I mean, I've got like bowls and shit for it. It'd be easier to have a mug you just kind of lift up.
What you looking at?
The handle.
KDkill.
Island Bruiser. Level 17. Jesus.
Hold still. 行くぜ。
俺の番だな。
相手してやる。
行くぜ。放電準備。
Nice, yeah. I always worry with the really big ones that they have too wide of like a... Not worry, but I have some that are like too wide of a lip, or they kind of like curve out a bit, and then it makes you just like spill shit everywhere. It's always kind of annoying. It lowers attack though.
俺の番か。シャー。終わらせる。ガンガン行くぜ。
ほら来いよ。
相手してやる。
I feel like we might have to just rush this guy.
ビビって
受けてみな。身だしなみ整えていこうぜ。
フラフラするぜ。
どうした。
もらった。放電準備。
さっさと終わらせる。相手してやる。Come at me. あ
gonna use a bunch of shit on this. I guess I have it. Like he's clearly just way higher level.
Check this out.
参ったな。行くぜ。放電準備。
行くぜ。寝てるわ。
ビビってんのか。
Just reload the save, man. It's gonna be grinding, I think. I'll come back another time. I was gonna try to grab that spot over there, but not worth it for getting one shot. Alright, let's go do some other side quests. I like to do the least amount of fighting possible in this game. Not huge on the combat in this. Alright. The problem is if I try to avoid everything, I'll be super underleveled. What's this cost so much? They said you can get more batteries. I assume it'll be cheaper when you get more batteries because it's just percentage based. Get some more fortunes too. I need to buy gear as well, but kind of saving money at the point. There we go. I'll always pay for the fast travel, man. The time save. Worth it. I assume when we unlock like the major minigame and stuff, we'll get a lot of money. It feels like one of those with infinite wealth, for fuck's sake. I'm poor as hell. They probably will only introduce it in the story though. There are these like unique fights hiding around. I don't know if you always have 3 members in your party or if they get up 4. I don't remember in the first game. Might have just been 3 actually.
Oh. Huh? Huh? Oh.
Always with the goons, man.
やんのかこの野郎。
Is Kiryu? He probably just doesn't have a weapon. He just upgrades himself.
ビビってんのか。
かかってこい。
Level 13.
行くぜ。
俺の番だな。
やんのかい。かかってこいや。
もらった。
Jawbreak.
ほら来いよ。
俺の番か。
よし。
Just this guy getting murdered. That's this dude's car. Hopefully that extra money pays off. I'm sure in the grand scheme of things, it's money you make from fights is pretty nice, really.
Na.
はい。
ん？
どうぞ春日さん。
おお。へえ、こりゃ飲みやすくてうまいな。コーヒーの味とか詳しくはないんだが、俺の好きな味だ。
気に入っていただけて嬉しいです。
あんた元お笑い芸人なんだっけ？有名人ってのは大変。
いえ、いいんです。結構僕は以前エスプレッソ豆岡という豆弾けましたってネタでちょっと売れた時代があったんですよ。
エスプレッソ豆。
いいですね、コーヒー芸人。 実
The
際
double axe.
ピン芸人になる前はアメリカン空田ってやつとカフェ空豆っていう
What is that
コンビを
called
組
in
んでました。
Japan? The two-man comedy thing? That's not really like a thing you see in America. But that kind of comedy. The straight, you get the straight man and the goofy guy and shit. I mean, not that that kind of comedy doesn't exist in some fashion. Straight man and shit. There's like a certain name for it. There's even like shows based on it.
からってコーヒーにちなんだ
The two-man
ネタ
stand-up
で舞台とか
routine.
上がってたんです。
Like stand up in America is a lot more like one dude. I don't even know if what stand up's like in Japan these days.
徹夜で一緒にネタ合わせして、そのまま小劇場や公園で披露して、でも全然売れなくて、結局解散しちゃいました。貧乏には勝てませんね。お互いピン芸人として別々の道を行くことにしま
If they didn't look fucking
した。それからは相方ともずっ
Those
と会
got
えて
some
なく
big
て、
honkers.
あ、いや、一回だけ馴
Well,
染
he
みの
looks fine now. I guess that
コーヒー
picture's
飲
not
んだ
very flattering. Huh?
まあ、今もどこかで元気にしてりゃ。
そりゃなんていうか、コンビは残念だったな。じゃあ、
そのネタはコンビの頃からやってたんですが、と言ってもまあ、本当に一瞬でしたけどね。急に。
そういえば闇営業で
意味はいろいろありますが、僕の場合はそれを闇営業だとばらまかれて、道を歩けば後ろ指を刺される。僕の人生 SNS に振り回されっぱなしです。ああ、もう色眼鏡で見られる日々に耐えられなくて、一年発起して
Move to Hawaii and start over. That's a hell of a place to start over.
この店ができるまでにもいろいろあったんだな。しかし何も悪いことしてないのにそんな目に
Actually
な
been a
るとは
business owner. How much debt is he in, man?
かける言葉が見つからね
ここは提供するコーヒーがまずければ、豆だって手塩にかければかけるほど、そんな真っ当な世界で何の
そうか、ま、自分のことを知りもコツコツと積み上げたもんがちゃんと評価す。これからもうまいコーヒー入れて。
はい、
ありがとうございます。
Internet drama, man.
お待ちしています。
I mean, it's interesting. I'm not that boring. Just like kind of like paparazzi, but not for a publication thing you get online these days. Or just like anybody can just go wild on you and use your job or something. Pretty real. Interesting. I mean, obviously everything's super extreme in this.
What time is it? Our reservation last.
この店ケーキも売ってるの。
タクシー側からするとホールケーキ買って。
へえ、なるほどな。
だからケーキ屋の位置に
俺からしたらよっしゃー。
Have we gotten the bingo yet? Yeah. The shopping center. Just say hello in a crowd. There's bound to be somebody who can do something with. There's a lot of people here.
アナコンダってゲームコーナーもあるのか。どんなゲームがあるんだろう。時間があるときに見てみるかな。
Arcade.
たまにはがっつりゲームでもやり。
トミーは結構。
ああ、ガキの頃。
ジェネシス。
いやいや、ビデオゲームで。
メガドライブってメガドライブも横文字なの。
俺に言われても知らんけど。
仲良し。
The bingo.
深く知れた気がするぜ。
I played Spike Out. Didn't I?
準備はできてるぜ。
Yeah. It was whatever. Played Sega Bass Fishing. Last City. Virtual Fighter 3. I don't know if I want to play any Virtual Fighter, dudes. I actually absolutely hated playing Virtual Fighter 2's arcade mode. I think that's the one I played. They run together. It's one of those like old fighting game arcade modes where it's just like you don't learn a lot. Yeah, it's kind of bullshit. Yeah, it's Virtual Fighter 2. Without like a lot of practice specifically towards like AI strategies, you're really not gonna go anywhere. It just wasn't very fun. Alright, this dude needs a Michio figure. Alright, I'll do a minute. I don't mind those.
横に移動します。次はどこを狙いますか？移動します。うまく狙えましたか？
This one looks like it might be difficult. We'll see.
移動で動きます。
He doesn't really have like a good place to grab. And we only need one.
次はどこを狙います。移動します。うまく狙えましたか？
I can grab the Michio arms. Oh, I should just try to like push him forward a bit. Cool.
横に移動します。次はどこを狙いますか？移動します。うまく狙えましたか？
Try to do another one off. Use the money here I put in. Might have hooked it. Onomichi. best part of Yakuza 7, really. Not 7 6. There wasn't a lot of best parts of that.
繰り返しプレイすることで上達します。
Oh, is this the Onomichi you want, or is he want it in the box? There's one here too. I'll find out. Okay, call me drink. Oh. It'd be good if you just became buds instantly. That'd be a nice change compared to like some of the other Yakuza games where it's like really grindy. Like there's 200 buds, man. Hello.
Take a break. That shop out. It's cool.
いい感じだな。
Fucking Sojiro's voice. The company's turning record profits thanks to me. God, I want to kill you. I love hearing the goons in English now, man.
Huh?
And then making up like actual English lines for them, not just, you know, it's dubbed over.
開けてみるか。
This container needs a key.
開いたぜ。この鍵を使えばコンテナを開けられるんだな。他にもコンテナを見つけたら鍵使って開けてみ
Actual
るか。
exploration to do.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Just walk around and somebody comes up and says, God, I want to kill you. Very, very cool.
誰か。
ここのコーヒー屋。
トミー。
まあな。
へえ。
そうだな。俺の
なんかラーメンの注文みたい。よっしゃー。
Well, I don't go through those too quick for people. It's just like quick little bits of kind of personality shit. Picking up your bond with them and all that.
何でもできる。
開けてみるか。やったぜ。
I don't even know where I got these keys from. Ups its willpower.
"ためになるな。つかめた気がする。みなぎってきたぜ。
I don't know what willpower does. That's cool. Some shopping center. Aloha.
Aloha.
Straw hats. Lion hat. My thing is like, why spend 180 on 3 hats? You could just save that 180 to get like a better hat in the long run. I mean, I guess I could buy some cheap ones. I want to wait till we start getting like something where I can actually make some money. If I underdo it, I'm getting fucked by shit since I'm skipping as many fights as I can.
Aloha. ありがとう。
Facial mask. I mean, they wouldn't want
Aloha.
it. But will I ever be back to find someone who would?
Thank you for. Take a break. My feet are tired.
What's good around
Here
here?
you go, Kiryu. A bag for you, bro.
We might need to stay another day.
I don't think Kiryu cares about exfoliating his skin.
Break. Take a break. Tired.
We might need to stay another day.
What's up, Melvin?
Man's probably got perfect everything other than the cancer, so he probably doesn't need it. Kiryu carries himself pretty well for being 6 months from dead. So out here just beating ass, man. I'm waiting for the cancer to not be real somehow. But I feel like they'll eventually wean him off. This is definitely the game for them to kind of like make Ichiban the new face or introduce some other people. Sugimon Sensei.
ほう
Are we gonna play the ukulele?
アロハ
いいコンディションだ。
What time is it? Our reservation might be soon.
ヘイアロハ へえ
Beautiful. Is that how you hold a fucking ukulele? I don't know. Matt Tropica.
Hmm? おいおい大丈夫かよ支えてやっから一回これ下ろしな
ああ、すみません。
よっと
Jesus, Matt.
すみません。ありがとうございます。思ったよりもこれ重くて。
いやあ気にすんなあんた人気の歌手なんだろスタッフだっているんだしそんなに体張らなく怪我してウクレレ弾けなくなったら元も
今日のイベントは急遽開いてもらったもので確かに僕が怪我を
いいやつなんだなあんた人気が出ても天狗
別にそんなことないですよ。
いやいや、そんなことあります。マッシュさんはいつも手伝ってくれるじゃないですか。でも今はゆっくり休んでいて。
いやー、なんか落ち着かなくて、あなたもさっきはありがとうございました。
Alright, I am going to do this
よ
a
かったら
little
ま
quicker
た演
because
奏見に来てくださいね。
we got a lot to do. So
おうまた寄らせてもらうぜ頑張れよ
it's too quick for anyone to know, but we're really interested. We can always recap what's going on. Try not to go like insanely quick. I'm not speed reading, but don't need to let all the VA play, especially when I don't speak the language. It's nice to get some of the, you know, the nuances of the voice performance out and stuff, but you lose a little bit of it when you don't understand it. It's one of those things where I'm willing to kind of cut forward a little bit after I kind of get the general tone and all that. Depending on if it seems like it's a big crazy scene or not. I mean, obviously in the main story I would leave it.
なんだこれなんかの撮影か
すみません、ご不便をおかけします。もう少し。
日本のテレビ随分と大型
予算をかけたと。その名もアナコンダエスケープ。
Escape room, or we have to run from these creepy dudes.
アナコンダ エス
This
ケ
is
ー
an
プ
ape escape bit.
ご存知ないですか？毎年1回ハワイのアナコンダショッピングセンターを貸し
ちょっ
Oh,
と聞い
huge
たことなかっ
escape
た
room.
な。
ぜひ今から撮るのは一般人枠でミスターアナコンダなんて
Mr.
呼ばれている
Anaconda.
人で
Yeah.
こ
That's
の
like
日
a
のため
porno
に家の
name.
庭にトレーニングコースまで作っちゃう。
ほう、それまたずい
ちょっと嘘でしょ。もう少ししたら一般人枠の収録始まっちゃうよ。芸能人枠は一週そう
どうかしたんですか？今
大西ちゃん、いやどうもこうもないよ。一般人枠で参加予定だった川本さんいたでしょ。ミスターアナコンダの。
ええ、これから収録ですよ。
それが川本さんいきなり痛風になっちゃったらしくて。
マジっすか？でも
エビとビールがうまいって言ってハワイ来てからもずっで今はもう痛風は仕
Mention
方
of
ない。
shrimp and beer.
川本さんの回復
That'll
は祈
get
るけ
you
ど
gout right
今回
away.
の収録には
ちょうどここを通りかかった。
一般人ね。よし君で行こ
は？いや、そんなスナック感覚で出られるもんなのかこれ。
う。今プロデューサーである僕の鋭い眼差しで
お願いしますお兄さん。今日の収録を逃す。
どうだろう。チャレンジしてみてくれないか。
豪華商品はさておき、
Gotta
そ
do
も
an
そもこれ
escape room.
なんだ
It's
そ
a
こ
good
からか。
nightmare.
簡単に言うとショッピングセンターの中を謎解きしつつ
Taking
鬼ごっこをする
a tag with
閉鎖され
riddles.
た店内で繰り広げられる熾烈な駆け引き。
まあ確か
ああ鬼なら彼らだよ。大学の陸上部とプロレス部の子たちでね、毎年協力してもらってるんだ。
だろうな。俺あんな連中と鬼ごっこすんのかよ。
まあ簡単に豪華商品がゲットできてもそれに立ち回り次第で逃げる方法だ。
まあ
よろしく頼むよ。
俺は
春日さんか。改めてよーし、それじゃあ春日さん、アナコンダエスケープに
いいとも。
ありがとう。恩に着るよ。
ただ言っとくが俺は素人だからな。演技とか取れた方とか言われてもわかんねえし、その
大丈夫大丈夫。飾らじゃあ大西ちゃん、あと
An escape room where I gotta actually run from people.
ね。
Reach the goal for the enemies reach you, completing missions along the way. 6 minutes.
はい。
Trivia about the mall.
へえ。
いえ。はい。
おう。
はい。
That'd be trivia on the fucking mall. They do like to do their trivia on locations in these. I kind of would prefer if they just made like actual little puzzles and stuff like that. Riddles. The Yakuza trivia thing kind of gets weird sometimes.
Aloha! Thank you.
And they'll be like, oh, what does this store sell? And it's just like, alright.
Aloha.
Thank you for.
アロハ
Holy
よう
shit.
春日アロハアロハじゃねえ前にも言ったがハワイには筋もんを使った大会があるんだ決して遊びに来たわけじゃないぞ観光に興味はないで言葉で説明するのは難しいついてこいお
I'd rather not. I'm in the middle of something else.
いらっしゃいませ。ご用件は
その筋のものです
かしこまりました。こちらに。
1080 to 2070 or no 4090s, bro.
ここ大会が開かれている地下コロシアム筋ここでは筋神という筋モンたちの観客はどちらが勝つか予想し金をかけるまあホノルルシティはギャンブルを厳しく禁じている街だその激しい締め付けのハワイに試合は世界中に配信され各国の富豪連中がちょうど試合をやっているみさあ注目の一戦四天王の一人ジャックに挑戦者バトラーマサトが挑んでいますがやはり強いマサト
Is this supposed to be that one guy from Season 5? The announcer of the Idols?
チームは残り一つ頑張れ
おいおいそんなもんですかやれ殺しても構わん
ギュー
どうするまだやりますか
いやもう降参だ勝者ジャックチームやはり四天王は強かったジャックチームには賞金が授与されます
To get better suit, you might have to go fight them, I imagine. Which I don't want to do much of that.
これが裏社会
We'll have to see what their rewards are and all that.
3人の筋もんを場に出し
I'm
て
sure they'll do the Elite Four. They do the Elite Four plotline in almost every fucking minigame in Yakuza, and this is like a Pokemon joke. So, you know they'll do it.
マネージャーと呼ばれる代
If
表
it
者
has a
が
full
指揮を執る
story.
3対3の筋もんのぶつけ合い筋神はそんな筋もんバトル代表者であるマネージャーは筋もんを集めたりそして試合でそいつ今勝ったジャックってやつは筋神のトップランカーそしてそんな四天王たちの上にいるのが最強のマネージャー筋神キングあいつかおそろそろ次の試合が始まりそうだなじゃ頑張れよはあってさあ続いての試合はルーキー戦シルバーコーナーは借金返済のための対するはゴールドコーナー世界一憎めない元ヤクザ俺どういうことすまん勝手に選手登録させてもらったなんとか勝てってこれって筋安心しろ協力おーいおちょうど来たなどうも育ちやすお育ちやすおでございます
This guy was introduced in Yakuza 5? He was the dude that that guy, whatever his name was, Daijima trained up or trained with.
同じく育ち道場門下生の
元気が取り柄のこの人らは育ちやすおさんとその門下生だ昔は道場やってたんだけど閉めちゃってから今回もお金を弾んでくれるっていうから育ちさんは元道場師範だから育成や戦略な君が一番カス太郎だったかなよろしくあらまあすみませんねまあ筋神初心者ってことだけどいつまで待たせるんですか頼んだぞとにかく相手を全員倒せばいいねえさあ
It was a fun minigame. Seems to be one of the major ones.
筋神 準備はいいか。
絶対勝ってやろうぜ。
行くぜおめえら、突撃。
さあ戦いの火蓋が切って落とされます。一体どんな熱いドラマを見せてくれるのか。
I need Sujimon power. They're just telling you give them a command. The active member's total speed. More powerful attacks, require more speed. You just like sit and wait on ATB or totally turn based.
一つのミスが
Some
命
splash
で
damage.
行くぞ。
Typing. Fire beats grass. Grass beats water. Water beats fire. Light and dark counter each other. Okay, you can swap one place in the field or in reserve. They can still attack afterwards, they can't be undone. And this seems like the play for now.
さあここからどうしよう。あっとここでファイターを入れ替える。
This would be efficient.
両マネージ
Unless
ャ
this will
ー
kill the
この
middle
展
guy
開をど
soon.
う読むか。
こいつで
おっとそろそろとって
Kill
おきが
them and
飛
kill
び
the guy in the
ます
left, and I'll kill the dude in the middle. Big move. MP. Okay, so you want to do type advantages to get MP. What? Give him a boost. Red makes attacks at all enemies. Makes the heals bigger. Oh, you want to make sure you hit the red. Okay, it stops immediately. You could skill it every time. I think.
よっしゃー、おめえら最高だったぜ。そらそら
Also, it auto picks the 3-star. It might.
勝者勝つが一番チーム。
よっしゃー、勝利。ふう、見事だ。あれ、本当だ。元筋神マスターのドクター森笠だ。
筋神から追放されたはずなのに
復帰したのか。
なんということだ。この筋紙に。
まずいな。帰るぞ。
Like running.
森笠さん。
It's probably gonna be the typical Yakuza minigame story. It already has the same formula. It's focused on like one side character, or, you know, small group. The Elite Four with the final guy. Bunch of battles leading up to each one.
ちゃんと説明してくれるか。
Just like the
実は昔
Cabaret.
俺はこの筋紙の絶対王者筋紙マスターだった。かつての筋紙は今のように賭けが。俺はそんな筋紙が好きだったし、だが筋紙委員会の連中が入ってから筋紙は純粋な競技の場からただのギャンブル興行に変わってしまった。
And how long it looks like it's gonna be a grind of, but if it's gonna be just the usual shit, then I don't even know if I'll mess with it.
支援者と呼ばれる太客のためにその結果、そんな俺は筋紙を
The gameplay
健
seems
全な
okay,
元の
but
姿に戻
I'm
したいと思っ
sure
ている。
finding more Sujimons
俺が愛する
is gonna be this
純粋な
huge
戦いの場
thing.
好きなんだよ筋紙が。だが
We're gonna go fight all sorts of shit.
そりゃもちろん道はただ一つですよ。
チャンピオンの力と影響力は絶大だ。でも博士はそうだ。なんで俺なんだよ。それこそ育ちさんはファイターとしてはそこそこ使えるが、マネージャーとしては致命的に。
あんた結構ひどいこと言うのね。
春日は器もでかいし頭も切れる。何だけど今の筋紙の運営陣は金をちらつかせて俺は筋門研究は世界平和のためだが、平和に暮らしてあいつらのためにもこの不幸の連鎖を断ちたい。勝手ねえ、分かったよ春日。ねえ、詳しい事情はまだ全部は理解で。春日おいおいおい、そんなこんな気するなよ。だって嬉しくて。
そんなに泣かれると私も涙が。
The fellas. Funny how quickly you accept the like goofy premise of these Sujimon are just like freak people that they're treating them like Pokemon or whatever. But I mean that's just Yakuza, dude. Be some insane premise they play straight. That's why it's funny. But the problem is there's like a formula to some of these stories. Dozens of them, you're kind of like used to it.
筋紙とやらに参加するのはいいけど、ああスタメン3名控えに3育ちさんと門下生の2人で今3人しかい。どうやって増や
そりゃもうぶん殴って仲間にするしかない。
まあちょっと極論すぎるが的外れじゃないな。実際にやってみると分かる。自分より強いやつと戦いたい、腕試ししたい強者がよく出没するたまり場だよ春日。ああ、レイドにいる連中は強さに貪欲。奴らにお前の強さを証明できたら、まあ騙されたと思う。
Digimon gift.
なんだこれ。お歳暮だよ。お近づきになるにはお歳暮。さあ行ってこい。
Reach a raid before the Sujimon appear. You can use a raid item, turn it into a bonus. Okay.
Your face pisses me off. かかってきやがれ
Go ahead. Free shot.
行くぜ放電準備し入れな
ぶちかます
上がりだ
できじゃねえか何を見てる
He's S. Is there gonna be gotcha? Have gifts? I don't want to go buy a bunch of gifts.
行くぜ俺の気持ち受け取ってくれねえかなんだ誘っているのかお前をボスと認めよう
Oh. Jabber Jobber. God, you have to level him up too.
よし筋もんゲットさすがだな春日今みたいに倒した後に交渉できそうな筋もんただ全ての筋もんが仲間になってくれわかったで集めた筋もんたちは手元の筋もんは筋店員というアイテムを飲ませることでも成長するが一番いいのは町にライバルのマネージャーがいたらどんどんライバルを倒していけばランクが一定まで上がるとチャンピオンのキングと戦うにはまず四天王を全員倒さないとダメだ気の遠く
まあ私もいますし楽勝ですよ楽勝さっさとランク上げて
そうだなあと筋紙用のアプリも入れといてやるわかったすまないなよろしく頼むぞ春日たとえ進む道が火の中でも毒の中でもおっさんのブリーフの中でもななんだよそれまあそう言うなとにかく頼んだぞ春日一番
We'll see how hard I go on this. If it just starts happening, then maybe. Trainers. Raises your level cap when you defeat the Elite Four.
悪かったな
Yeah, we still have that other subquest.
No.
Synergistic probably unable to return. Recommend level 13. Recommended equipment 2+. Rockin' 1, bro. The Sujimon trainer.
Aloha!
So I could buy some running clothes for everyone.
Thank you. Aloha! Thank you.
I saw some of the weapons.
Thank you.
Don't run off too far. It's not safe down there.
Hey!
Cool.
Aloha!
Two people saying the same shit.
なんだ
I only have 3 dudes.
Wakata.
I have a full set of 6. I'm gonna fuck with it at all.
What's up?
Kitty cat plush.
What time is it? Our reservations.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Did it wrong.
どこを狙うかがポイントです。移動します。うまく狙えましたか？自動で動きます。
Like he's like Japanese, so he says it wrong or something, that kind of thing.
おめでとうございます。横に移動します。
Hello, any English greeting specifically? That's why I don't normally translate it. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, I don't know.
よく狙ってください。次はどこを狙います？どううまく狙えましたか？自動で動きます。
When he says aloha, it's kind of just like a... It's for this goofy online Facebook thing in the game. You just like greet people, I guess. Or just like some weird solidarity kind of thing going on.
よく狙ってくださ
I
い。
guess it's pretty much just like a
どこを
hello.
狙うかが
But I don't know if it's like specifically supposed to be like a hard hello. I think it's just supposed to be like, we're Hawaiian, yeah. Oh, the shop clerk lady. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. This one's had a very, as far as Yakuza localizations go, very pre-localization here. There's a lot more slang and goofy shit, and I mean, Yakuza's always been goofy, but there's a lot of like memes and that kind of stuff in there. I feel like, well, Yakuza kind of fits to do that in Yakuza. It's been a little bit more than I've seen in like the other 10 bazillion games. Also, I think it's really bad. I'm sorry, I'll be right back. Oh, I see what you're saying. So she said aloha and then it was like hello. Honestly, I don't think it was probably supposed to be a translation. I think it's just a generic, like, you know, NPC says a line and it might not have anything to do with what they actually said. Type of deal. You know, like in a JRPG where it's like, you go up to the shopkeeper, he's like, you know, fuck off or something. And then in the dialogue, it's like, hey man, how you doing? What do you want to buy? You know, it's just like his catchphrase is like fuck off, right? You know, that kind of thing. I feel like that's probably what's going on here, but it's also has a pretty liberal fucking Digimon other is gotcha. Yep. A little localization. I'm kind of tired of Yakuza games having to have a fucking gotcha, like super grindy minigame attached to it. We'll see. We'll see on the Digimon thing. I might not mess with it too much. Or I'll go hard on it. Seems like it's got the typical Yakuza, there's four bosses thing going on. You have to beat up all the bosses, and then there's the finale, but it's got some emotional story involving one NPC or something. There's gotcha and grinding and shit. yeah. It's like good luck. For sure. Digimon League. Party. I would have known he was fire. I wouldn't have fucking got the fire starter. Oh, I'm just tired of Yakuza. I mean, that's kind of true. I enjoy them. Like, I have fun with this one. Like, it's solid, but it's also like, yeah, I've played a lot of it. Yeah, there's a lot of them. And one of their strengths and weaknesses is that they know how to reuse content, usually in a clever enough way so they can focus their money on like big new mini games and full stories with lots of cutscenes and all that kind of stuff, and like maybe new locations here and there. But the problem is you play enough and eventually those things that are reused in the formula and how often they put out these games, you start to kind of like I see animations I saw 8 games ago, right? You know, voice lines, like stuff like that, like it's in like everything, right? And I mean, it's not a big deal. Like I said, I think Yakuza is a good series. But if it doesn't have those big side games or like a story or some kind of shake-up, right, then you can kind of have the fatigue coming in a little harder. And even if you don't have like a big fatigue for it, I mean, with how similar each one is, like, you know, one of your first ones. That's why I realize Yakuza 0 so much. Is like it's one of the first ones you probably play. Everything's fresh, right? The dense open world instead of like massive and bloated, that kind of thing. But I mean, even when that's nice, you still get used to it. We'll see how they handle it here.
Hey! Hello! Go cry to your mom! よっしゃ、行くぜ！
行くぜ！寝てるわ！
The mega swing.
ガツンと行くぜ！
ビビってんのか。
よし。
おりゃ、いや。
さっさと来い。よよよ。ガンガン行くぜ。お手数がいるな。
よし。俺の番だな。
行くぜ。
I think the Mesa Knights are kind of intense towards looting it and all blends together after a while to give it a part of the place and start tuning it out. That depends. I think they do a good job of splitting side content tone with main story. Main story tends to be much more like crime, drama, like soap opera type of stuff. Where it's really over the top and like maybe testosterone fueled or super like emotional, like to like you know, not like yeah, just like they crank it up. But the side stuff's usually where they'll put in like a mix of like goofy stuff or over, you know, varying gameplay kind of things and mini games and try to dig into other little messages and stuff that don't really fit in this main story. I don't know. I feel like how they split it's good. I don't think it like is too clashing. In this, they mix the turn-based combat with goofiness, but that's kind of like the Ichiban characters. It's just kind of more goofy in general. So, I do agree with casting a wide net in a way, though. Like Yakuza's always been like, no, you don't just take one piece of Yakuza and say, wow, that's really good. It's usually that it tries to do a lot of stuff that's impressive. So there's a lot of like, you know, little diversions and stuff like that. I think, you know, where they're really good is probably like cinematography and like cutscenes and stuff like that, you know. So problem is their stories aren't always great, but they've got a lot of like melancholic or soap opera kind of spirit to them, so they're still like enjoyable. But yeah, I don't mind the wide net. I feel like that's kind of what you get into with these, but I don't know, it just depends. I think really the bigger problem with the series for me is not the wide net, it's more just like it's a familiar net. So it kind of just depends, right? Like, okay, they mixed up the gameplay to be turn-based, but it's not really that great a turn-based gameplay, right? Same with the brawler combat. Like, well, you know, it's cool that it's brawler combat, but it's not that great. The problem with the brawler combat is, or the good thing about the brawler combat is it's over quick, where the turn-based takes a while. So it kind of sucks to spend a lot more time with something that's kind of just okay. And then obviously the formula, right? Like, I'm fine with having a bunch of crazy side stuff and stories and, you know, something that goes really over the top. But it's like, you know, when I know each big major minigame's got like the same formula for the story and they incorporate the gacha. And some of those like clever reuses of content and formulas start to kind of be overdone a bit. I think that's one bigger problem for me. Because I don't think anybody plays like Yakuza 0 and it's just like, wow, you know, they try to do too much or it doesn't really work. Like, I think people really get into it and they enjoy it, unless you're just totally turned off by everything at core. For me, it's more just over time, more than the idea of it. Some focus, yeah, no, which is fair.
まだ強くなれるだな。
Which, I mean, you could just crank the main story. This introduces a lot of mini games right off the bat. I would say the main story's not been terribly good once we got to Hawaii. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I feel like, is a very good example of this kind of this same kind of problem, I guess, that some people will have. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth has a shitload of mini games and diversions, and a kind of bloated story and pacing that doesn't always make for very poignant, like, you know, good storytelling, timing, and all that kind of shit. We'll see how it worked in this. Usually Yakuza's fine about, they just kind of introduce you to a bunch of shit early because it is more downbeat, real world, having little diversions like that pop up. You know, you're not like saving the world or anything. It's not too crazy. It fits enough. And usually how, you know, optional they are and shit. It just kind of depends. We'll see. The thing with like a RPG system is some of the side stuff's gonna feel less optional because you might need the gear, the grind, or something. But we'll find out. I mean, I usually do all the sub stories and then finish the major mini games, but I got a lot to play, a lot to do, so I don't know. We'll see. The Sujimon thing, we'll play around with it a bit, but I might skip out on it depending on the rewards. Like, you can already tell exactly what it's going to be the whole way through. The story it's going to be with the 4 elites and the major guy. They've been doing that since Yakuza at least 0, probably in 5 as well. Who knows, there might have been 1 in 4. They really start kicking up the side content once you get to like 5. Starts being the identity. I don't know. We'll see as we go here. Like I said, I like this series. I think it's quality enough. I think the stories can get shit, but they're like entertainingly shit because of how much like art their performances have and how goofy and over the top is. They just really own how over the top the drama is and the goofy conspiracies. The problem is, I think Yakuza's at its best when it's character focused, and usually Yakuza stories, when they start getting shitty, start getting too much into big scale conspiracies and stuff like that. To try to keep it spicy, and then it kind of falls apart a bit for the runtime. So we'll see on this one. I've got enough history with a lot of these characters that they have enough strings they can pull that they can make something happen. You could also end up like a Star Wars where you have strings you can pull and then you fuck it up because you didn't introduce anything of your own to the formula, like with like the Luke and all that shit. Oh, sure, yeah. I mean, that's fair. I mean, yeah, like I said, the style's not for everybody, no. The subquests tend to be very varied. Usually lean more on the comedic, while the main story tends to be more serious, but they'll have a mix for sure. It's usually them digging into some kind of comedy bit, or like some kind of cultural thing, or some kind of something regional, or something of the times, like internet and shit. They'll make like a over-the-top kind of focus little gimmick thing, and you know, and some of the shittier subquests, those are gonna feel similar. They're gonna have a lot of like reused kind of formulas on when the fights happen and what they look like, how over the top they are. It has like a certain degree of like, you know, expectations. Like it's always gonna be some comically evil goons beating on somebody, right? That is something sometimes more subtle. It kind of depends. For me, it's like, you know, I can't really fault the game too much in a way because I've played like what? How many of these now? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm forgetting something. This is like my 12th to like 14th or something, one of these, right? And it's pretty much the same shit. In a lot of ways. It's like, you know, to still be interested in it or still be like, you know, hey, I like this in some capacity after that many games in less than a decade is pretty good for how long they are, because they're all at least like 40 to 100 hours long, right? I mean, you're just bound to like probably bounce a little bit after a while on that. That's why I say it's kind of more of a Yakuza fatigue. Is it up to... Oh, no, wait, there's another one too. Gaiden came out. Yeah. I mean, it is up to the devs to not just do the same thing every time, or to mix it up, or... To a certain extent, I mean, also that... It is what people want. It's not like they're not quality. Like, they put a lot of time into the mini games and the stories, and... they flesh out what's going on enough. But yeah, I think that's one thing that people might have a problem with, and that's my problem with the turn-based system is you start getting that like FF7 Rebirth type of thing where it's a little bloated, right? Where that game can get away with like crazy visuals and just throwing budget at it. Everything's so different and there's so much crazy shit that I think for 2/3 of that game it can get away with just being like a roller coaster ride. The thing is with Yakuza, there's not that much budget. This game has Hawaii, which is a nice mix up, but they really need to get by on like stronger stories and more developed, interesting mini games and stuff. Stuff like pacing and the back end needs to be strong and all that. We'll see if they do. Because this game won't be unlimited budget works, right? Like, yeah, there might be a lot of, you know, mini games and stuff, but you're going to be seeing animations and voice lines and stuff you've been seeing for 8 games. We'll see. See on all that. And so when you get, like, slower turn-based combat, it's like it might be a bit more bloated. You might feel like you need to do more side stuff. Yakuza's also had a really big issue with, like, depending on which game you're playing, grindiness. For turn-based combat, I rarely ever have to grind. But in a lot of Yakuza side content, like Ishin and stuff, if you really want to, like, explore the gear and some of the content, you have to, like, grind boring shit. Even if you want to just unlock all the subquests, you have to, like, just give people, like, 20 of an item and 20 separate trips, right? And this has a little bit of that. The thing is, when I feel like you lean in, like, it kind of scares me with Yakuza, because when they lean into RPG mechanics, I feel like it's gonna like heighten those worst parts of old Yakuza games. I was worried they're gonna do that. So far it's been fine in this, but I feel like there's a little bit of that writing on the wall, and I'm probably gonna try to just avoid some of it. We'll see though. Anyway, that was a lot of blabbering. I totally get on a tonal thing and just like personal taste level though. Some people just want the focus. Like I said, I do think the game's relatively focused once you start getting into the main stories though. Like these early ones, they always kind of like spend a lot of time fooling around. And the Ichiban games tend to be a lot more wacky because he's a bit more of a wacky character. And the general idea is that when you get into fights, it's his imagination making them seem like kind of monsters or whatever. So that they can have a bit more like enemy variety and stuff like that. But like Kiryu, you know, he's just like dead serious and super stoic. He's not a goofy guy, it's the world around him's like goofy. It kind of just depends on who you're playing and what game a bit. I don't know, in this minigame, this escape room one. I don't really care about getting quizzed. I might go to like a food place. Raid? Oh, is this supposed to be like a fucking go thing? Yeah, that's one of the things I'm excited about in this game, is to see what kind of like goofy joke American shit they poke on a bit. There's a little less English than I was hoping for, but I mean I get it, man. It's being Japan. They don't want to spend a shitload of their fucking budget hiring like random English people. The main story has a bit more of it.
Commence operation.
But yeah, I've enjoyed the goofy, like, American fun poking. Usually they don't do it in, like, a mean-spirited way, though. It's like, you know, like some otaku weeb guy or whatever is, like, really obsessed with Japanese culture, quest, and puts him making a lot of, like, really stereotypical, like, near racist kind of, like, misconceptions about like the Japanese people and like samurai and all that shit. But like he ends up being kind of like the hero of the quest anyways, because he's got his heart in the right place. So they know how to make it like an actual like message or something. So that's why it's kind of like fun. Like enemies will walk up and be like, "I'm gonna sue you" or something. It's like it's just obviously such like a goofy jab at like American shit. and it's just kind of fun. I don't know, I guess some people would get offended by that because they're silly, but the game usually is not just like crass and goofy about it, it's like they've got something to say, and they tend to balance. I mean, it's not like some high art, like they have some crazy, you know, commentary on society or something, but like they usually have like a little something to say or enough art, and they're saying it with that, balancing the goofy tones and some of the serious stuff, you know, it's kind of just fun. Like they'll shit on certain things, but it tends to be like...
また強くなっちまった
Take a break.
just like up, like... And if you're gonna have a lot of like different if you're gonna try to have a lot of stories and subquests and stuff, it's really good to have like that kind of breadth of variety and like topics you're willing to mess with. Like they might not all be very fleshed out or have a whole lot to say, but like at least they try to dip into like simple fun or some kind of commentary on something, or just some joke about like, you know, stuff like the internet or something. They try to keep it varied at the minimum, right? It's better than just like walking up and looking for somebody's wedding ring or something like in a Starfield. Like they tend to put some kind of effort into it. Not maybe budget always, but there's something there. This one's got a little bit more. I mean, well, there's been a lot of mini games for a lot of these, like the Crazy Taxi one and the Pokemon Snap one and all that, which are just kind of like one-off quests that have a full mini game attached to them. Yeah, it's very genuine. I think that's what you get into a lot with these. Because even on the main story, it's like, it's just got a lot of like heart, right? Like everything's so over the top and not like dramatic. That like, and they take everything that's so goofy, so dead serious, and it's just like, it's just kind of fun, even if it's like sometimes the stories are shit or you see too much of the same stuff. Not that they're all great. I don't think every Yakuza game's even good, but like, you know, there's something there, right? Especially when you compare it to like some of your more like prestige. I keep seeing that word going around a lot for games now. You know, take themselves too seriously, like kind of Western, like mainstream stuff. It's a nice palate cleanser sometimes. They just put out, because of their approach to budget in these, I feel like, how much they reuse, how aggressive they are sometimes with it, that they can kind of put out too many of these in a row. Like I just played one of these like what, 4 or 5 months ago with Gaiden, and then like 4 or 5 months or more before that I played the remake of Yushin, right? But like, and then a year or two before that's like Lost Judgment and stuff. It's good stuff, but yeah. And you can tell they kind of know, right? Like, they changed the game from a brawler to turn-based. Now you're not just in Japan, you're like in Hawaii, right? You know, they're trying to throw a bunch of goofy minigames in here. They're still kind of keeping to that formula to a certain extent, which I think is probably more of an issue than just some quick mix-ups can handle. But, you know, they'll make spin-offs like Lost Judgment, which are more like detective-y kind of things. They end up being kind of typical Yakuza. Fist of the North Star spin-off. The thing is, you can only, I feel like, squeeze the rock like for so long, right? You can only beat the horse for so long. I guess it's not dead, but so we'll see when too much for people. I mean, people just will bounce off the series then. I mean, this one sold plenty well, and most people don't play all the Yakuza games, right? Like, I would say I'm probably a huge outlier. Like a lot of, like, probably most people just like, they've played 0, maybe they played 7, maybe they played 1, you know, like 5 or something, just like a couple here and there, and then they just played the newest one, right? Like, there's payoffs for people who play them all, because there is kind of like sort of a running story, at least character-wise. The stories aren't planned out to be a running story. Each one's super its own thing and goofy, but you know, where Kiryu is on his path is like kind of carried over in other people. So like, you do get a little something from it if you play all of them. Well, there's payoffs there, but
俺の気持ち受け取ってくれねえか。俺に信じていいのか。よし、腹くくったぜ。
いいコンディションだ。
Also, big sprawling games that take place in like kind of a modern day is also kind of. You'll get like Persona or something that'll do that. Really not like super duper common, I guess you could say. So that can be refreshing for some people, you know. Like this game, there was like a big plot point where like a VTuber ruined his job, career, or whatever. He got kind of like canceled or some shit, right? And it was like fake, but like it didn't matter. You know, so there's like little things like that. You know, I guess you don't really see like those kinds of stories in like games or something. And you know, they'll poke fun at it. It's like super dramatic. It's not like they have like a deep, super deep thing to say on it. And sometimes they'll have something like kind of heartfelt to go off on it. It doesn't feel like it's just trying to pay lip service to like modern culture. And so I guess that can be kind of refreshing. And the goofiness, like I said, compared to like, you know, your more prestige Western shit. It takes itself all too serious. But, I don't know. There's only so many games that, you know, even that can be refreshing. And I guess stuff like Persona tries to do some of that. Yeah. Probably with a bit better, not better, but a bit more tonal consistencies. Yakuza's all about being eccentric and all over the place. We need to go rest. I'm just kind of blabbering, ranting. I think it's an interesting series to talk about. It sells quite a bit. Critically, this is like one of the highest rated games of the year and all that, but same with Rebirth, so it's kind of interesting to be like having issues with some of them and like why is that is, and why is that is. All that kind of goofy shit. This. Fuji spots. It's like a Pokemon Go joke. And just, I mean, not even just critic reviews and shit, who cares, but more like, just how many games there is, how the long-running series, how, you know, different devs and stuff handle them over long periods of time. It's just kind of fun to talk about, I guess. There's more people who probably want to talk about like FF7 and stuff, and because it doesn't hold a candle to the popularity, I suppose. Although I feel like Final Fantasy's the popularity of it's definitely waned quite a bit.
Huh?
I think in no small part due to the quality of some of the releases and really the competition as well. You know, Final Fantasy isn't at the forefront of like graphical fidelity, or, you know, there's other creative stuff. Like aroma diffuser.
Oh,
Aloha. Thank you.
I'm like an actual restaurant.
Aloha.
Dude, this place is Heart of a Child. Cola and chicken fingers. $14 chicken fingers, bro. Better be massive.
Thanks very much.
That wasn't even the heart of a child, bro. What the hell's the heart of a child with these motherfuckers? is this supposed to be a Dragon Quest reference? What was it in Dragon Quest? Not a honk honk, it was a... the puff puff, I think. Puff puff. At least in the Western translation of it. I ran around here so many times and trying to max some of these people. Alright, let's try this escape room thing.
Oh!
I know nothing about this place. I was kind of hoping... hopefully some of this shit is more than just quizzes about the local area. I'd rather have like actual riddles or escape room shit. But maybe it's easier just to quiz you on like what shops have. That's just a mini game they've done in a lot of Yakuzas. I want to know what this shop has for this price. Yeah, well, I mean, you think about it, right? You're never going to have as big an impact as the first remake, because it's like, you know, FF7's a huge deal. Whoa, they're remaking it. Nobody knows what to expect. It looks really big budget and stuff, right? Like, the hype's there. You're used to the idea of a Final Fantasy VII remake for the second one. I don't think it's going to make as big of a hit. Not to mention the last year and a half for games, it's been like non-stop stuff. It's pretty big, so it's not like we're in some kind of drought. I mean, I think it's going to get really light from here on for the rest of the year. After around April. So I think that's part of it. I also think, you know, big fans of who just want it to be a remake probably turned off a little bit because it's a sequel thing. It's also much more, you know, bloated and stretched out, so some people might not like that. I don't mind that to a certain extent. I still think they're solid. So I think there's I think the exclusivity, right? Like it releases, you know, PS5 exclusively, and then on PC later, but it's like Epic exclusive. You get a lot of like, it's kind of staggered out some of the fan base, and I think people kind of know that that's happening. So some people wait for PC. I don't know. I think that's a big part of it. I think the thing with the hype for the original remake is it's kind of coming out of this huge nostalgia thing. And while the quality was there, it's not like it's like, oh, we're getting hyped for the Lord of the Rings 2 Towers or some shit. Kind of like, ooh, yeah, I can't wait to see the next chapter. It's more like people got maybe their nostalgia fix, or they got to see it go crazy, and then they kind of got used to it. Now you're just kind of, are you interested in the game itself and the sequel itself? That nostalgia, I feel like nostalgia's huge and it's always there, but it's also kind of like fleeting in a way. Like people are willing to get like a nostalgia hit, but like I don't know if you can constantly get a hit from the same thing like that, especially when it's not even trying to do like a proper remake thing. Which part are you talking about? Yeah, I don't know what their president was thinking. I mean, Sony probably paid a lot of money for it. So what happened with the first game was exclusive to PS4. Then they made DLC that was exclusive to the PS5 release of the game. And then they put it on, was it Epic for a while? And then it came out on Steam with everything. And it's like, okay, you know, Final Fantasy was big enough, but it's like, I doubt the sales for a remake were crazy on PC or anything. So it's like, these days, yeah, I feel like the big flash in the pan is what you're after. And I mean, I guess Final Fantasy VII's big enough where that constant burn is probably still good. But I don't know. I think with as much competition as there is this last year and a half, it's like, maybe it's not the best. I don't know. I know it hasn't sold as well as the original remake, but sequels tend to not when they're like hard sequels like that. Also, like I said, I think some people be waiting for PC, or yeah, I mean, some people just might not like where the story goes. I think they're both solid games. I mean, I like them. I have a lot of issues with them too, especially the Rebirth. And I guess conversely now, not conversely, but contextually, the original, you had a lot of like, ooh, where could this go? Even though you know it's like dog shit number of stuff. But now you kind of know where it's going. You're like, alright, well, not what I expected. Really thought about it between those two games. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I heard about it plenty, but it's not like Final Fantasy has like the same push it used to have, right? And I don't think it ever will. The MMO's big, but I mean, to a certain extent, the MMO is kind of detached from the rest of the perception of the series. They put out a main game very rarely at this point. I mean, 15 was a pretty big leap from like time for the 13 trilogy. And then 16 was pretty stretched out, and people were kind of iffy about 16. And I think just the general brand on it, while still successful, it's not like a juggernaut. They're not like cultural landmark type of games, like, you know, like a 7 or 6 or something. I think they're impressive in their own ways. The sheer fucking just money they throw at, like, that's what I mean, is like this game can't compete on that level. Like, they do very similar things in the amount of mini games and diversions they have, but this, like, the amount of just money they just threw at Rebirth, like, despite a lot of its issues, like, it can get away with just sheer budget and like passion and trying to actually make it like fun. It doesn't always work out. It's very lopsided and it's a double-edged sword most of the time, but yeah, I respect it on that level. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like I hear about him enough. I mean, it's the talk of the town right now. People discussing the ending and all that. But I mean, it's not like a Baldur's Gate or like a crazy flavor of the month thing, like a Pal World. I mean, that lasted for like a little bit. That was definitely flavor of the month, but so not like that, you know. It's not like a Dark Souls where it's like people will always talk about it, right? That's what you mean. Yeah, I mean, they don't have that. I think it's because generally they got issues, you know. They're long. I mean, other than being just like long, very tied to Final Fantasy VII and the compilation media, making some odd choices with story, people's kind of being a little mixed. Not the critics as much, but you know, just general folks probably being a little mixed on some of the bloat and stuff. I think there's enough little issues like that maybe it doesn't have a clear line. That's another thing too, is like, you know, what does it do that's super like unique other than having a really, like, in this day and age, like fun, kind of like varied, colorful story, which, like I said, you get a lot of like dead serious shit coming out of the West and stuff. Like, that was something that Final Fantasy's always done well, like have all these tones and locations and stuff, and this one kind of brings that back. But other than that, it's like the combat being like a mix of turn-based is kind of cute, right? But I mean, people got used to that after the first one. It doesn't really do anything that's probably like reinventing the wheel, right? It's not like a Dark Souls where it like invents a new genre or something. It's just a really solid, big-ass budget kind of JRPG with a lot of nostalgia and stuff. I don't know if it has the same cultural impact. I do think it has some impact, but more in the discourse of remakes. But because they didn't really go with the full remake thing, it's not, you can't really talk about it that way. Because it's kind of just a sequel. I mean, it is just a sequel, but I don't know, it's kind of a mess there. There's a lot to talk about, but yeah, it's not like a cultural, I mean, not that every game needs to be a big cultural thing, right? There's great games that nobody knows about that are maybe a big deal to me, right? I'm sure Square Enix would love if they were, though, right? I'm sure that not doing as well as they'd like. Square Enix always wants it to be like the biggest thing ever. You think? I think it's got more staying power from nostalgia and how absolutely absurd the story's gone than Jedi Survivor and all that. I mean, Jedi Survivor came out and just fucking disappeared, dude. Like, after you heard everybody talk about how bad the PC port was, do you hear anyone talk about that game? Except in this kind of situation where it's like, oh yeah, do you remember that? Or like, you hear about Battlefront and that was really shit, and then you start thinking about the Star Wars IP and video games, and you're like, oh yeah, those games exist, Survivor and shit. It's like, I think that's the only time you really think about it. I feel like Final Fantasy, because of, I guess, what it means for remakes, the general critical reception, and how goofy the Nomura shit is, has a little bit more staying power. I don't know if it's like a positive force or like a genre, like creator kind of thing, like a Souls game, but I think it's got more than Star Wars. But maybe that's just me. No, sure, I gotcha. I mean, flavor of the month, Final Fantasy VII's. I mean, give it a week or two. You're not gonna hear about it as much. But I mean, it's also just a single player game. I mean, it's a 90+ hour single player game, so I mean, you'll hear about it for a little bit longer than a 40-hour Star Wars one. But also, it's like, think about Star Wars as a brand, right? I mean, the movies have done a bunch of damage to it. The amount of shows that are subpar. I think people are, well, still excited for Star Wars to a certain extent, just probably less excited, right? It doesn't have the same impact anymore. The games aren't as loved as back in the LucasArts days, or as plentiful, or as creative. So it's like, yeah, they're cute. They're like clean Star Wars games, but they're, once again, they're not reinventing the wheel. It's semi-Souls combat with a somewhat dense overworld with a bunch of shit to collect and a story that's really lukewarm because it's got to play really safe for mass appeal. Like, it's not... It can throw a lot of budget and polish at the wall, and that's kind of like FF7 to a certain extent, and that it can excel there, but budget and polish isn't the only thing that I think creates like a landmark, like fucking watershed game, right? Like a Dark Souls or Demon Souls, right? Like, it can be good, it can be a big deal, it can be people can talk about it all the time, but like a huge moment that we're gonna look back in 10 years on, probably not as. I just don't think Star Wars is there anymore. What's up, Lassie? I don't know. That's just, I mean, that's what I think of it. But yeah, I mean, yeah, so I mean, I probably have a different view on it. I'm on image boards and Reddit and podcasts and stuff. Maybe I'm just more jacked into that. In terms of like mainstream, like people who don't play a lot of games and stuff, and it's more flavor of the month, then I mean, absolutely, I don't think like Final Fantasy is even dipped for a lot of those people. Which is why it wouldn't sell a bazillion bucks. It's more of a gamer's game at the end of the day, regardless. Big budget nostalgia is ephemeral. Well, I mean, that's the thing, is like, I've said this before. I think big budget, I don't know how to explain this. I don't want to say that just anybody can throw budget at something and create high fidelity or detail. Obviously there's a creative spark there, there's a direction, there's an execution that matters a lot. But to a certain extent, like, you could just throw money and your leaves and stuff are going to look really realistic. And you can have lots of content and stuff. And it's like, I think that's like, can be important. It can be impressive. But at the end of the day, what's, I feel like, really going to stick and like create like new genres or become these huge like moments you remember are probably not just budget, right? Like, not to mention that just keeps getting crazier and crazier and crazier, right? You get stuff like Red Dead 2 or Last of Us 2, or even FF7 Rebirth, where they just throw money at it, and it's like, well, how do you one up that? More money? It just doesn't work to a certain extent, because I mean, you need it to be mass appeal, and you can't take too many risks, stuff like that. And you know, you can just make it look better and better and better, and it's like that can be really impressive, but like, I don't know, it's kind of like that has very diminishing returns, and I don't think, you know, you're like, wow, this game just looked this crazy. this is going to be remembered for the rest of time, right? There's like Crisis and stuff. Maybe kind of did that, but like we're not in that period of like, I feel like we just throw infinite budget at something and it's going to create like some watershed moment in a game anymore, or in the genre, in the medium anymore. Like it could happen in a way, right? You could throw like infinite money at some kind of crazy new way of playing games, like some VR thing, and maybe that would pick up. But like, just in terms of an actual piece of software on like a normal console where you play it like with a controller, like I don't know. I think it's much harder to probably create those like beyond flavor of the month moments with just sheer budget. And I think that's the way the Western industry especially is going, right? Is they're not creating stuff that people like that much, despite the games costing $300-400 million. People want something maybe a bit more creative or mixing it up. And I mean, it's not always the case. I mean, you know, Hogwarts was the highest selling game last year and it was just a fucking Ubisoft clone. Like, I mean, obviously there's IPs and, you know, a certain mainstream value, you know, that people aren't playing a lot of games that like you're still going to make a shitload of money with, but it's not something I feel like you can just do forever money-wise. But in terms of making big, huge impacts on the medium, especially. Tifa's model? Maybe. A week until DDT. I'm looking forward to it, yeah. That one has a lot of potential to be really... I hope that it's very uncompromising, his vision. I'm gonna have to make sure I have a slot for it. I want to try to finish this, get this sent back in time. The speed I go on this game probably won't make it, so I'll have to save a slot. My game. Hopefully it's cool. I don't know. I think with Final Fantasy VII Remake, it is a very unique, and it's like remake kind of, you know, where it stands as a remake, the budget, its relation to Final Fantasy and FF7, which, you know, maybe your average Joe doesn't know anything about Final Fantasy, but in like any kind of gaming circle, right, everybody knows Final Fantasy. Everybody's got a take on Final Fantasy. So just in relation to such a huge series, or at least legacy wise, I mean, it's maybe not the biggest anymore, but I feel like you'll still have people talk about FF7R. You know, when we look back on all these remakes and stuff, maybe we'll never look back. Maybe we'll always be in the remake nostalgia world. We'll see what happens, but I think looking back and being like, okay, you know, this was one of like the premier, like crazy big remake reimaginings. It's beyond just a reimagining at this point. It's a fucking sequel, which kind of dilutes that conversation a bit. But you'll get like RE2 remake, I think, you know, stuff like RE4 and like FF7. I think there's always going to be conversation about FF7R there forever. But I mean, I don't think it's on the same magnitude of Yellow Dark. Yeah, Kira. Very well good, yeah. I think it's a big deal game. But yeah, I mean, it's something like a BG3 or these days probably has a bit more. I think they could have had something really special. And I do like the games. I think it's good. And it is a great, like, you could only do this with a lot of money kind of thing. And you could say that about like The Last of Us 2, but it's not like a fun usage of a lot of money. Where in FF7 Rebirth, it's like, damn, they just had a lot of money and they're just throwing it all out. And you kind of like it for that, like, roller coaster ride of like just seeing money thrown around. But I mean, that's kind of an ephemeral thing too. So, like, they definitely do more with the money that you'd want to see more AAA stuff do, but because AAA games are in a unique space where they have enough budget to do things that lower budget games can't. But because of the nature of AAA games and how high budget they are, generally they're not going to take the kind of risks you'd want to see something with a lot of money take. You get your stuff like FromSoft that does do it, like Armored Core and shit, but pretty rare. So I feel like FF7 Rebirth is kind of like that, but also it's very executed very unevenly. Like I said, double-edged sword, so the heart's there, but maybe the ideas weren't always there. So, I still like it. But yeah, will it be like this forever talked about thing? I think we'll find out when it's done. That's another thing. Is like it's a trilogy. That's very much like obviously a trilogy. Like it's a whole story, right? We'll see them. I think it's gonna be a mess. Yeah, I don't know how stressing it is. I imagine at this point, probably not as much. Because they pretty much incorporate every single thing in those and just extend them out. They'll take, 5-minute sections and turn them into 5-hour sections, and pretty consistently across every single bit of FF7. And since they've kind of like moved away from being just remakes, I feel like maybe there's a bit of like solace in that. Like, oh, it doesn't need to be just like those, because they're not remakes. They're sequels. Haha, I can kind of do different shit, right? So maybe it's like not that bad. I mean, I imagine it's more stressful in a way than working on like just some new thing for like another AAA. Or just like the next Assassin's Creed game, But yeah. I'm sure it was really stressful in the first one. But I don't know. I imagine at this point they kind of got like... I feel like the distance they've made from 7 and how they really do kind of incorporate everything maybe to and kind of pad it out to maybe like a bad extent. I'm sure they... maybe it's not too bad. Block. What am I gonna do here? Ooh. Lose time. Treasure select pawn. I have no idea. God, I hate that it's just quizzes and shit, man. Password to open this chest. This mini game sucks ass. This is definitely one of those where you're like, man. Yeah, I imagine working on anything that has a lot of nostalgia for it's probably pretty nerve-wracking. The thing is, this kind of thing's always goofy in this game because it's not like you move with like any grace or anything. Like you kind of lumber around. This kind of shit's sort of goofy. Thornstone. Don't really care. I wish it was like actual riddles and escape room shit. This is kind of what I mean, is like there's like certain budget stuff happening. Right? I don't remember. 8931? Oh god. Ooh. Like it's cute, right? Like I mean there's more going on, but it's like there's still like a certain amount of like budget here they're trying to be careful about. This guy really respawn, man? That's cool, dude. Like it just quizzes on like locations in the for the stores, right? It's just you walking, right? I like the other ones where you like actually have a full mini game or it's just like a quick story. That was one thing about Rebirth too. Well, sometimes you're just like, all right, man, like this isn't really that interesting. I'd rather just been something a bit more tight. Blue key. Or if this was just an actual escape room, I think it being like this avoid the enemies and then having to fight them thing is kind of like, like I don't really care. I don't really care how much I get from this unless there's something really cool.
Yes, sir.
おめでとう。
おめでとう。おめでとう。おめでとうさん。
おめでとう。めでたいですね。おめでとうございます。
Congratulations, Shinji.
おめでとう。
ありがとう。
I didn't even find any of the side shit hardly. I don't really
改
care.
めまして春日さんお疲れ。
ナイスファイトだったよ春日さん。
まあなんとかゴールできたな。もっと
そこは参加者に判断が委ねられると。
番組としても取れ高は十分。
でも
Guess
今
you get
回
like
の
a
放送は
better
盛り上が
play
りそう
and
です
more
ね。
money.
そうだな。復活のミスターアナコンダ川本さん VS おて名打
それ激ア
おいおい、俺はそれに出場審査やってるってことは。
まあそれは確かに春日さんだったら
なあ気が向いたらな。
自転車でアメリカサドルに座ったらしい。アナコンダエスケープ。
旅はやらねえか。
I got it from a friend who's currently studying with that much money. Streaming the earlier one, it seemed bummed I wouldn't be able to buy it and launch in the near future. Oh, that's cool, man. Awesome. Yeah, I wish people could rent stuff in other countries. I mean, obviously you have to play on console, but it really helps a lot. Like I said, if I couldn't rent shit, or didn't have even Game Pass, right, you would see a very different list of games here. I would still game all the time, but yeah, I'd have to kind of start divorcing myself from a lot of hot topics and popular shit. Since I just wouldn't, yeah, it's like I just wouldn't have the money. It's expensive to probably keep up with AAA shit, man. It's $70 nowadays. 70 US.
Let's have a good time.
かかってきやがれ。俺の番か。寝てるわ。よし。どうした。
Those are really tanky. They're 13, but they're like juiced, man.
Here I come.
行くぜ。
Quit playing around.
腰抜き野郎が終わらせる。参ったな。
Just try. I feel tingly.
行くぜ。
ぶちかます。
Do some healing.
ガツンと行くぜ。
ありがとうよ。俺の番だな。もらった。放電準備。
俺の番か。手数がいるな。
ほら来いよ。
いつでもガンガン行くぜ。Let's go。行くぜ。
ビビってんのか。
Sadly, it's one of those games where if the main character dies, you just lose. And since everybody just moves around the battlefield like fucking crazy, it's kind of hard to actually like get them not to just attack him. Yeah, it's probably true to a certain extent. Although, let's be real, I mean, there's definitely VAs and stuff that have gotten a lot of shit, depending on how they kind of represent a character and stuff. But I imagine the ones making the creative decisions, yeah, it's much more stressful than the ones who just have to kind of deliver it. It's probably, you know, voice acting Cloud's probably a bit more of like a sweaty thing than like probably voice acting some random Assassin's Creed character, right? Well, there was interesting interviews with Ben Starr, who just did Clive in FF16. It was super intimidating and stressful because it's just such a big series and stuff, right? Despite him being a new character and him being a good voice actor and actor in general. So yeah, I think it's just a given that like being the director or something, or the guy who makes the creative decisions, is probably got the most stress. Well, I mean, who knows? There might be somebody getting worked 16 hours a day that's probably pretty stressed out in terms of making decisions and stuff, yeah. But especially for a remake, a high budget remake at that, that's probably pretty stressful. Or not just remake, but a, you know, a nostalgia fueled thing. Like a Final Fantasy.
やんのか。
Well, yeah, it probably depends on the person too, right? I mean, you could be like probably Kojima. I wonder how stressed he is. I mean, I don't know. But, dude seems to think enough of himself at this point where it's like he might not even be that stressed about it. Yeah, I mean, some of that's cultural too, though. I mean, you're messing around with like something that means a lot to a lot of people, right? But you want to maybe, as an artist, put your own stamp on it. I mean, Nomura had to do. He had something to do with the originals, obviously. Is he just the director? I think he might have just been the character guy. I'll say on that one. And that's the guy that did like, he directed like 6, Chrono Trigger, 7, 8, 10. He's a producer on Rebirth. Like Nomura and stuff. I mean, a lot of these people making some of the big decisions are very much involved with this series, but yeah, I mean, there's hundreds of people working on AAA these days per game, so I'm sure to some of them it's just a job. You're making assets or something. I'm sure to others you kind of playing around with something that's considered like some monolithic thing in the industry. Like I said, also, I mean, I think Rebirth especially, it's like they've kind of moved beyond just being Final Fantasy VII, a remake at this point. Well, there's still like a lot of reverence they gotta pay, I suppose, because they do retread the whole story still. I think there's a bit of a probably disconnect there to a certain extent. I don't know. That thing probably just depends on the person, the culture, and all that. I would imagine just in general, though, working on like anything tied to nostalgia is probably something that's got you a bit more sweaty than just something that's not, right? Like an Assassin's Creed. I imagine for the Star Wars movies, it was that way to a certain extent. And I think what happens when that kind of like that sort of thing becomes like an issue where you gotta sweat about it is like too much fan service, over reverence to the original stuff, and not actually incorporating your own new thing into it or your own identity, right? That's what killed a lot of the Star Wars movies. They couldn't let any old thing go. That's what kills a lot of remakes these days, and Hollywood in general. It's like it's always wheeling out the old thing and then trying to subvert it, or you know, just parade it around forever, and it doesn't have any identity of its own. It's just dog shit. I mean, that's a lot of that's corporate meddling and for money entertainment that goes way beyond just like art kind of stuff. But I mean, everything's for money, but like, you know, there's some stuff that's like fucking like 99% obviously there to make a buck kind of stuff. Yeah, the actors. I'm sure there was some nervousness in terms of like making this first Star Wars movie in a long time, right? That wasn't under like fucking old Georgie. I mean, did they handle that nervousness all? Did they care at the end of the day? You know, like or do they have big enough heads to just do stupid shit like in the second reboot movie? Who knows, man? I'm not trying to like forgive the remakes, or not the remakes, but the reboots or anything, whatever you want to call them, the sequels. I just imagine there was like, I mean, just inherently, there's probably going to be a little bit more pressure on something that's as big a deal as Star Wars or Final Fantasy than there is something that's kind of fresh or smaller IP. I mean, yeah, it probably depends on the person. I'm sure the concern with profits and corporate goals is all that people like the producers and the higher ups care about. I'm talking about the creatives, right? Who knows on that aspect? I mean, it could very well be the same. But that's just what I mean, is like you go in and you're like, oh, I'm gonna work on a Star Wars movie or IP. That's just a way bigger deal than saying I'm gonna go work on KDkill's like autobiography game or some shit, right? Like it's just obviously in a different league of like anxiety or stress, depending on how you take it. I mean, to some people that might be like super fun or something. I just think that's like common sense type of shit. I just think that the degree of that kind of stress, I'd imagine per game, or depending on who you are, your role in the production, and just like your personal thing, is obviously super different. That's what I mean, is you don't get the without an ego. That's exactly what I mean. Is like, I'm sure it's still we're talking in general, right? Like, I mean, something like stress is super different depending on the person. But like, in general, it would be, right? Maybe not. I wonder if, I mean, I guess in general, you'd say probably something that's gonna put you in debt the rest of your life would probably be more stressful than even that, right? Some more personal. But yeah, you don't get that without an ego, the Last Jedi or whatever. I would agree. I mean, they're all a mess, but... I don't know, I think the whole comment was more about how generally much more stressful being tied to the production of something that's hinging on nostalgia is. Or a remake. I think there's so many different probably variances on that. Like I said, on on the project itself. Like I'm sure the people who did remade Star Ocean 2 probably weren't sweating it as much as like, you know, somebody, you know, remaking like, or rebooting or something like a Star Wars thing or it just depends. But man, yeah, fucking hell. I don't really care for Star Wars at all these days. I'm interested in like old Star Wars. Like I like the old movies and I'd like to play more of the games. Like KOTOR and all that shit. But anything new out of it, anything new out of like Disney in general, I just fucking do not give a fuck. Yeah, they just kind of, to me, I mean, I haven't watched them. To me, they just come across as that very soulless kind of mass appeal, you know, for money kind of shit. It's just like really generic or really plain or simple or very calculated. Same with like the Marvel shit.
Thank you.
Like there's a couple like your Lokis and shit that maybe I would be somewhat interested in, but I have limited time on this fucking earth, dude. I could be dead tomorrow for all I know. Probably rather not on that. At least when I play something more questionable on stream, it's like I get a conversation out of it. I have some investment in the industry or maybe in that particular franchise. And I tend to play stuff that I want to play, you know, regardless. Right? There just happens to be a bit more I'm interested. There are more reasons I would when it comes to games. Maybe I'll force myself to finish something, which it's questionable for some people, but I think the kind of conversations we have on here, the kind of conversations I want to have on here and stuff, kind of makes more sense to finish stuff and talk about it. I had fun with that. The cartoon guys and their OCs. Perception of nostalgia for Clone Wars and Rebels, but they're actually shit, so it has some appeal. Yeah. Yeah, people are just very invested in the IP in general. And I mean, obviously,
Hey!
Disney wants to keep you invested.
Ah. この辺は青い花も咲いてるんだな。花の種類も日本と違って見てるだけでも楽しいな。
Well, it's going well for them. Sorry, I already lost my train of thought. Trying to avoid all these bosses. Yeah, I mean, I'm super tapped out on. yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's like you can throw. It's kind of like we were talking about games in a way. It's like you could throw like infinite money at something, but like when it comes to art and like entertainment, like there's only so much you can brute force on that, right? Like even your most probably basic, like I play one game a year, I watch one movie a year kind of person's probably got, you know, they're gonna want to shake up. They're gonna want something that touches them in some way emotionally or just has some kind of spark, right? I mean, you're always looking for those little highs and shit. And I mean, some people have, yeah, probably like no standards and maybe they would just suck up anything, you know, they're totally fucking mind controlled by Disney or something. I'm being extreme here, but I mean, that's what they would want, right? If they could control all the media so that all you can suck up is Star Wars, then everybody's probably going to be some kind of Star Wars fan, right? If they just kind of like brute force marketing and like have their stuff be everything, right? I mean, that's what happens right now. Like, there's way better stuff than Star Wars and all these other IPs being reused, but they make the most money just from brute force at this point. People, it's starting to dwindle a bit, but it's like they've had a pretty fucking good run of it, man. That's kind of what I mean. Is like they can probably brute force it for a while, but there's to a certain extent where it's like some people. Surely, even if it's just this minor way, I'm not saying people are gonna wake up and all be all these and all this avant-garde bullshit, but like to a certain extent are gonna get tired of like the same shit or just low quality stuff, right? Like people aren't that fucked, man. I mean, they are maybe to a certain extent. It's not like otherwise people would still be all in on the Marvel shit, right? But after they moved to TV stuff, they finished their arcs, they didn't, you know, have something new to throw out. They made it hard to keep up with. It's like, you know, even if they advertise it a lot, it's like people just kind of losing a bit of interest. Yeah, I guess when I say brute force, I mean more on like maybe marketing. Even that, I don't know. Maybe they already have this quality controls. I mean, that's what I mean is quality control and like actually making something somebody wants to be a part of is kind of dipped. Stuff like just, yeah, like bad CGI and lighting and stuff, though. You think like a huge fucking thing like Disney could probably float that, but I don't know. Maybe it's just that corner cutting kind of corporate bullshit taken to such an extreme that even like infinite money Disney still fucking can't get that. They'll even cut corners there. Because I saw some of the CG and stuff in the Star Wars shows, and I was like, holy. Which, I mean, I'm fine with cheaper stuff if it means that they can create more creative, like, works and shit, right? Like with games, like, not every game needs to be $300-400 million game where I can see everybody's fucking butt cheek hairs and, you know, that kind of shit, right? Like, I'd rather it be where it counts. In a way like this, right? Where it's like, it's obviously cheaper, but they kind of go for what they try to go for. Yakuza's got its own issues when it comes to reuse and being cheap, but, you know, in general, they make good use of it. But the thing is, I feel like the kinds of stories, well, I'd imagine they're telling with Star Wars and Marvel and stuff, is I wouldn't be surprised if it's stuff that leans too hard on special effects and maybe isn't that creative or interesting. That having also bad, like, budget kind of issues, like crappy lighting and CG and stuff becomes more of an issue. Like, I'm willing to give an indie movie the benefit of the doubt, right? I don't really care too much on the visuals there. CG, if they know not to be overdone with it, but because they have something else to give me, right? Or it's like on a fucking Disney thing, it's like, Jesus, all you got is the glitz and the glamour at some point. Lost the knowledge. Yeah, do you think there's just been like a general like loss in like ability maybe? I mean, technically that's a thing, right? What do they call it, like brain drain or something? Where everybody goes to like a different like country or something more skilled labor. I mean, I guess you could say that could, I mean, that could happen in anything, right? I feel like that'd be very belittling to like people working in the industry, but like, I mean, it's a thing, like it could be, right? I mean, is there just like a skill drop at like Disney from corner cutting and like less fucking like auteurs or like people, you know, like maybe they just hire college grads with no experience because they're cheap and they just keep doing that over and over or something. I mean, who knows, right? I have no idea. I don't keep that much up because I haven't actually watched any of those shows. So like, I'm not gonna really let that go. I don't know, there's been some movies where they try to get like these kind of like the visionary directors or, you know, these more skilled directors who've done indie things. Like I think they did it with the new Evil Dead and stuff. Obviously like Villeneuve with like Dune and shit. And then they'll kind of give them a big role or a big, you know, directorial kind of movie, like a big budget movie. And those will like work out pretty well, right? I think that's an alright way to go about it, right? You find the talent. And then you attach them to some kind of IP. I mean, yeah, that could probably like limit them in a way, but at least there's some kind of quality control or like, hey, you know, maybe we should let somebody have like a vision for this. I'm sure there's still some kind of corporate meddling going on, but I guess I'd prefer that over just some kind of like in-house grown or outsourced just cheapo fucking bullshit. Like no vision. That's what the Lord of the Rings fucking show reminds me of. It makes me think. The board. Like I said, it's not like I'm like an insider. Talk. That's very large. I don't know. That's interesting.
Noruka. Hello. Hey. Hello.
Guess we could try this Sujimon battle thing. I think I'm generally not gonna mess with too much of this. I try to do like all the big mini games to jump in. I really need to probably not. I mean, I usually enjoy them, but this one seems kind of.
Yo. おめえら準備はいいか。勝ったらご褒美だ。
You can't see him.
突撃。
Yeah, you think fundamentals like that, we'd have learned enough just from history at this point that you wouldn't fall into those little traps.
これからだ。こいつね。しゃ、どうだ。ファイト。それ、せい。
She's much higher level, man. It doesn't matter what the fucking MP is.
れからだ。楽しくなってきたな。流れを変える。くたばナイスな一撃だ。おめえに決めたぜ。すんごい。はい、行きます。とっておきの準備ができたぜ。くらやよりゃ流れを変える。
Hopefully they get XP even if they get like fucking knocked out.
どこから攻める。おめえに決めたぜ。よっしゃ。
He's not dead, really? Look at these health bars where you can't even see them, dude. The level difference makes a huge difference here. Also, these battles are fucking long, dude. Okay, they all get shit. Where do you foul it? Can't even see the stains of the carpet. Yeah, whether they wanted you to or not, right? I think Star Trek's a good example of, like, you know, managing budget, but focusing on, like, quality stories and, like, unique, kind of more timeless things, characters. Like, don't get me wrong, there's things that are timeless that are just pure glitz and glamour. They can get by on good budget with quality, or bad budget with quality. I mean, obviously Star Trek was pretty unique too for that. One. Is green like good? I don't even fucking know, man. I don't really care. I don't know if I'll do much more of these. Not too into it. I don't care if it's making a Pokemon joke or not. Yeah, it makes it feel more real and lived in and shit. A place they'd actually be like staying at, or you know, like, because I mean, the Enterprise or whatever is supposed to be like something they live on, right? But it being like something kind of like more comfy in a way, more real, kind of makes it be more like an actual place of work or something possibly. I mean, always get the age-old like limitations breed create. I'm not saying that's always 100%. I think in the world of video games, you know, the big budget is a limiter in that you get corporate kind of meddling and shit. The profits start to matter way more than anything else. The act of having tools at your disposal, like, I mean, yes, I would imagine that can fuck with creativity. To a certain extent, it also means you can do way more, right? Like, people can make, like, one person can make an entire crazy big game nowadays. I wouldn't say that's really limiting creativity. I guess that's more accessibility than, like, the individual, like, creative process. It depends. Over-designed sci-fi, yeah. I think it's one of those things, like, I don't know if you're trying to, like, adhere to, like, a genre staple or, like, guideline, or if people keep trying to, like, up the ante to make their sci-fi the craziest sci-fi or something. It can't just be, like, Star Trek. It's gotta be, like, way crazier and Star. I mean, look at, like, modern Star Trek. Yeah, I started jumping the shark. I mean, I think Dune was really good. That's sci-fi, but I mean, I think that's kind of like an exception, right? So you get someone kind of with a vision for it, not just like a bunch of suits deciding how they're gonna make the masses salivate. I think the practical effects versus CG is always an interesting conversation. I mean, obviously CG can be so real at this point where can be indiscernible almost, but then you get stuff like like TV shows where it's like kind of obvious, and then obviously on the acting side of things, there's always a funny that one video in The Hobbit behind the scenes where like Ian McKellen's like breaking down because like it's all fucking CG and stuff, so it's like way harder to act and like way more soulless and stuff. And I imagine you get different kinds of performances when you're in like something believable or not. I think that's when you get into the fine details of like mediums and stuff, like those little nuances and stuff they don't think about as much. Like, can you tell the faces like look real, but like slightly different? You know, that kind of like uncanniness to like CG versus more practical stuff, like how the actors are and like things that you're not like consciously thinking about. I'm not saying it's always better. I mean, obviously there's a place for CG. I play a fucking medium all the time that's all fake, right? You know? So it's like it kind of just depends. I think it's interesting, I guess. I think it's just easier to like outsource like CG, and it's probably easier to like. There's more people skilled in CG than probably practical effects these days, and less can go wrong. Right? It's probably a lot more manageable for like a corporate suit person. Like just go to some CG farm and have them make X and Y.
なんだともう一遍言ってみろん
ですからそのさっきのシーンはリテイクでと監督が
If you're making that kind of thing, right? I think it's funny when they're making like CG sets for just like offices and stuff in like Marvel movies. Like everything's so CG automated, or not automated, but like the production line is so CG oriented that like things where they could just go somewhere and record something are like on set still being like green screened in or blue screened, I guess these days. But I guess that's it being taken way too far. Right? I'm thinking about the CG now. Sorry, I'm going off on a random tirade about CG, but thinking about the prequels, man. More Star Wars goodies, man. Everything looked so fucking fake and goofy, man. Even back then, it's like everything was CG. And then like the originals, like almost all practical, right? And then they added in some CG in the directors. Although I mean, some of the practical looked bad back then too. That's true too, yeah. Well, they'll probably like design a set like a fucking CG one.
ふざけんなこっちは命がけで撮った
Marvel movies always had that like cleanliness to them, that like produced feel. I mean, even if it wasn't CG, everything would probably be like placed to feel like it was like kind of as unrealistic or as unlived in us or something as possible. I mean, who knows? I'm just blabbering. I guess. That's I guess part of the style too. So you're hanging out a lot of
あれ
like,
で命がけとはちゃんちゃらおかしいな車相手にへっぴり腰だったではないか
yeah, super overproduced when you compare it to just the carpet with the simple shit going on. Like, yeah, it looks more sci-fi, but it's just like, yeah, you get like the bloom strip lighting everywhere and like 10,000 different clashing colors and reflective metals and shit. I mean, yeah, it looks sci-fi. Like you would look at this and be like, oh, yep, that's sci-fi, right? But does it look cool or have like an identity or anything? I was thinking about pictures I saw of the Picard one where it's just like fucking this black. It's just like this black, like completely like soulless. like husk inside with like strip lighting and just everything's just like super like sleek. And like I don't know if that's supposed to be like have meaning in that. I imagine the writing so shit probably has no meaning about like, you know, the modern soulless Starfleet designs versus like more lived in shit. Like I doubt there's any like commentary on like how Starfleet's changed, but I was like, fucking hell, man. I mean, maybe your most diehard people will be getting off on seeing those different designs, but I'm like, you look like you're in like a fucking like evil ship or something. That was very genuine, yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, I get it. The idea of sci-fi is like smart, sleek, controlled, you know, organized, right? You want it to look clean, you want it to look, you know, lights, and if you're just making, you know, selling shit for big money, right? Probably not gonna have this like really crazy different take on like what sci-fi look like generally, so it ends up just being like kind of over-designed crap just to come across as very sci-fi in lieu of like cooler concepts or like strong world building or something. It really sells you on the sci-fi.
リテイクだ。あんたは安全なところからメガホン持ってりゃいいかもしれねえけどな。こっちは体張ってんだよ。
さ、いっぺん俺らと同じ痛み味わってもらった方がいいディレクト。
おいおい、なんだかよく。
What is my guy doing, man? Fucking roll, man.
おい、あんたら何があったかは知らねえけど、ちょっと落ち着けよ。あ？なんだてめえ。
部外者は引っ込んでろ。
Yeah, I feel like his finger just got destroyed.
じいさん相手にバット振り上げてるやつを前にして引っ込むわけにはいかねえよ。いいからまずそれを下ろせって。何も知らねえくせに偉そうなこと言ってんじゃねえぞ。別にしてやれ。
やんのかこの野郎。
I'm sure the director's gonna want him now.
俺の番か。ぶちかま。
But he's fine. What's for all this dodging, man? It's kung fu, bro.
Fuck. たく大丈夫だったか。じいさん素晴らしい。ぜひとも俺の映画は
Topical. The pursuit of realism sub-story. After we're talking about goofy CG and sets and shit.
そう。
Boni Kashiwa.
は？そう。
The CGI talk, man. I think that one nearby is floating. Was floating. Person. Oh, the traffic cones, yeah. Yeah, there's been a few things that don't cast shadow. There was like one scene where like even the characters didn't, and it looked really odd. If you want to make something stand out and look very bizarre, just have no shadows, man. It feels like they're on top of like an old PS1 like pre-rendered background. Like it makes everything in the background look fake when there's like no shadows underneath them, and it's on a still like completely still screen.
Huh?
Industry standard wages.
いいぜ。ありがとう。そう。
Yeah, exactly. Where we had to like actually torture people. Fucking Clockwork Orange and all that shit. You gotta actually keep the fucker's eyes open and you're like shooting water in his eyes and stuff. That's complete fucking wild shit.
Huh? マジか。
Sway the Car Legacy. Yeah, this is gonna be art, dude. The third in some shitty action flick series here.
わかった。
Is this gonna be a QTE thing, or am I gonna have this shitty lumbering movement minigame they've been doing over and over? Probably gonna be the latter. Or is it gonna be like lane based? Ooh, that looked good to me, man. The Spyro card section now.
Subarashi.
素晴らしい。
完璧だ。これこそ私が見せたかったシーンだ。スクリーンの前でぶっ飛ぶ観客の姿が目に浮かぶぞ。
すごい。
この迫力と生々しさは簡単には作れないな。
Verisimilitude. Yeah.
ありがとう春日さん。最高だったよ。
そうかい。まあそうだろうよ。
さすがすごい自信だな。ま、あれだけのことをやってのけたわけだし、当たり前か。
違う。そうじゃねえ。
Replay? I mean, shit, I played them for the first time within the last 6 or 7 years. Although I do like them quite a bit. Tempting. I think they held up much better than like Crash and shit like that. I think the momentum and like kind of the fairy tale art style and kind of how the level design is much more cleanly placed for like quick speeds and long jumps and shit is still pretty good to this day. Where stuff like Crash there's much more fun games with like tight, difficult, like slow platforming, even back then. I liked all the first 3 all pretty well. Honestly, I couldn't tell you the difference between most of them because I played them back to back.
あんたのその
It
嬉
was
しそう
fun to
な顔
100%
見
them
りゃ
all.
わかるさ。本当に取りたかっ
The
たもん
bosses
が
are
取れ
really
たんだろ。
ああ、そうだな。最高のキッポレはさ、春日さん。技術もどんどん磨かれていって迫力もすごい。昔は模型をただ本物の映像だからこそ与えられる感動や美しさってのも。
Yeah, I don't think the remakes really capture that quite right. Yeah. Like, they still look good in their own right, I suppose. I mean, I haven't played through all of them, I'm just talking screenshots, but there's a certain kind of, like, something about the pastel color work a lot of the time, and the kind of abstract, like, kind of more wild skyboxes and stuff. I think it all just kind of worked really well with the low poly shit going on. I think it looks pretty cool. I think it holds up well. I mean, it's not as like much of a look or as distinct as like a Banjo, right? I mean, that game is just like just dense. Looks really nice in general. It looks good and also is gamey, right? It nails both of them, but it's also a different kind of speed and shit. But I still think Spyro has its own like look that works.
変わらずにあると思うんだ。
It's definitely more the gameplay for me. But
泥臭いリアルな映像が消えていくのは寂しくてね。そんなことを考えてこの映画を撮り始めたスタントマンたちにも随分と無茶言って迷惑をかけちまった。
Right, yeah. I would probably. Well, I mean, I guess it kind of depends on what you think. I mean, like, there's games like Mario 64 that you probably could argue are more clean 3D platformers in terms of gameplay and stuff, but you know, it's barely a collectathon compared to like Spyro or Banjo or something. But yeah. But Banjo's always been about that mix of like aesthetic, sound, and tight level design, and like kind of theming with gameplay that fits, but there's variety in there. Where Mario's like, yeah, you know, it's got theming, it's got like visuals and stuff and good music, but it's a lot focused on the raw platform. Which I think is where Spyro really holds up because it's kind of unique still. You know, Mario 64 is really tight, very deliberate, kind of clean controls, a lot of verticality, and like, you know, momentum's not as big a deal. You know, Banjo's more the collectathon with really good looks and theming, where Spyro's like the momentum one, right? It's like There's like speed, right? It kind of stands out as its own little thing, right? Like you couldn't play Mario 64 like Pyro or Banjo or something like Crash. It's like I feel like I've kind of played it in the generation before that. I also don't think it really kind of does its own thing super well. I mean, it's got a unique look, and they're not bad or anything. I think it stands the test of time. Worst as far as those big PS1 era platformers go. I mean, it's probably better than most of your like shitty knockoffs or Buck Bumbles or some shit. I mean, I don't know on all those.
この映画を最後に監督を引退しようかと思っていたんだ。俺の時代ではないなと感じていた。ただ、さっきのし
やったらいいじゃねえか。あんたの気持ち、ちゃんと現場に伝わってるようだしね。
Alright. How about Space Station Silicon Valley then? And I think we all know how Buck Bumble fares in the 3D platformer world without having to play it. I have played Space Station Silicon Valley. And I'd have to again someday. We watched the trailer for that not too long ago, and I was like, man, that took me back. The intro to the game, I was like, good God. It was jank as fuck. I need to take a piss. Yeah, I've got it. I own it. I don't know what my parents were smoking back then, but I don't even think that game's like 100%able. I think on some versions, probably my version, it's got like an actual bug. You can't 100% it. Or maybe it was you couldn't finish it. I don't remember exactly. Yeah, it's pure shit. I mean, I don't remember it that well, I guess. I think Glover's probably one of your best examples of like, yeah, I'll take Crash over Glover any day, right? Like, I'm just talking the big ones. I think as far as action platformers and stuff go, I think there's games that play worse, feel worse, like Mystical Ninja, but I much prefer the Soul of. But I guess, I mean, Mystical Ninja's barely a platformer. Yeah, I feel like that's like the thing that even if anybody knows about that other than it being made by Rockstar.
監督、春日さん。
勉強させてもらいました。俺ら監督の。
Oh, really? I gotta play Black Bumble. I think I played it way back in the day. I rented it from Blockbuster, but I don't remember enough. I've never put it on my list because of that. Crash for me, yeah, I found very overrated. I get what people like about Crash. But like I like the aesthetics, and it's kind of like this unique, like kind of this tribal thing going on. But like, and I liked kind of the difficulty of the first Crash, and then how they kind of mixed in more minigame-ish, gimmicky stuff in the other ones. But like, it just felt very like SNES era platformer, kind of like attached to that, but it didn't feel as good as like a Donkey Kong Country. And while the camera work, where it's like coming from the front and there's the boulders behind you and shit, like that was a cute way to use the PS1 or the 3D to create kind of like a more linear platforming thing. It just didn't really feel as good. Like I just felt kind of gimmicky. Where I'd still prefer like the level design and clean movement and stuff of like a Donkey Kong if I want to play like a hard platformer. It just felt very SNES era, but not as good. And I have no nostalgia for like it as a like early 3D game. And while I like the aesthetics and music, I don't like it that much. So I don't know. Yeah, like for me, like Spyro does something unique, right? Mario and like Banjo have a polish to them, an execution where it's like, Crash is just kind of okay. I mean, it's even got the world map that like an old Donkey Kong or something might have. Well, I don't like hate Crash or anything. I played all three in a row and I was like, all right, there we go. That was Crash. Same with the new one. The fourth one, I was just like, it starts getting really gimmicky, but it doesn't feel that great to play. Like, it's very attached to the Crash physics and movement and stuff, but I was like, I never found that to be very fluid or smooth. Like, yeah, doing like spin jumps and stuff is cute, but I'm like, I could do that for days on like any platform. It feels way better. So I'm like, I don't know. Crash 4 to me, I guess, like was good in a way, but I just didn't care, man. Like, having no nostalgia for it, it just felt kind of more of the same, and the same was just kind of like an okay 3D platformer. I mean, it's nice to see more 3D platformers being made. I mean, I don't mind if Toys for Bob goes and makes more of them. But yeah, Crash Team Racing was cool. I played that as well. I mean, I prefer Mario Kart, probably because I like the music and aesthetics and characters more, but Crash Team Racing felt pretty good. And in a time where there's a lot of kart racers, that was pretty special. It didn't stick with me, but like I said, to a certain extent, all the gameplays, maybe you could argue more crispy than Mario Kart 64 and stuff. It's similar enough where I feel like stuff like aesthetics and music kind of edge it out for me. Like, if I don't really care about the choruses or the look or the characters, to a certain extent, it's like, well, that's a big part of the package when all the kart racers are kind of samey. So I don't think it really stuck with me much. But I do think it's, yeah, probably in a way, something that should be more memorable than the platformers to a certain extent. The problem is, I mean, it's kind of like with the platformers, right? They're just kind of like, I don't want to say aping, but like kind of aping like ish, kind of like the SNES style, but with like a few camera angles in there to kind of mix it up. And then the kart racing's like, well, we're just doing the Mario Kart thing. And it always kind of feels like it's sort of, while still solid, I think they're all solid games, living in the shadow of something else. And that's not a bad thing. You can live in the shadow of something and execute on it, and it's a fun time. Like, I think they're fun. But in terms of like these big 3D platformer moments and in the time period with the most 3D platformers, it's like, I don't think it deserves to be up there with the best of them. I think it's better than the majority of 3D platformers back then. It's true, but I just don't want people to be like, what? You put Crash on the same level as fucking Glover or something, I mean, to Glover's credit, at least it was trying to do something unique. But it was executed so poorly that, I would take something more derivative like Crash any day. Even if it's a bit more safe. I respect Crash on like a technical level, I guess. It's supposed to be very impressive on that level. I'm just talking a casual gameplay experience. Like, I think Crash is cool, and I respect. I don't like hate Crash or anything, but I don't know. I just see Crash mentioned in the same vein as like Spyro and Mario and Banjo, and I just don't find it really has that spark for me. That thing that makes it more special. It has a lot of collectibles. I guess that's a little unique. Not really something I get too pumped for when I'm playing a platformer. Yeah. Fucking Glover's First World, man. You're like, wow, this might actually be a good game. The music's cool. I like this kind of like abstract theming going on. The level design's not too bad at all. And then it just shits the bed, dude. Listen to this shit. Level 1 music. Like, okay, man.
It's my 4-year
anniversary. I'm adding some shit to my reading list. Meaning my listen list. I'm really behind on it because I haven't had any work this last week. I don't listen to a lot of podcasts. Watch too much videos, trying to get through games. It's like the level 1 music. You're like, oh yeah, this is chill. This has got an atmosphere. The ball physics are kind of cute with some of the like more simple levels, but Jesus, does it get into the gimmicky bullshit when it starts getting in like circus theming and like they very much like, what's the word for it? They think they have something they don't. Like when they try to make it actually difficult and like precise and complicated, the physics and the precision of the controls just fucking falls apart. And then all the gimmicks and stuff, like, that just really aren't that interesting. All the carnival games and shit like that, like, it just doesn't really work out. And the slogs of the bosses and stuff like that, like, I think when it was like focused and not like way overdone, like overestimating their own fucking physics and stuff, it was good. And that was only the first one. It's been a bit. No, this shit's really funny. If you look at the spike and listening to the music, it's always just like the first roll. The rest of them have like barely anybody listening. Right, yeah. Like obviously the creators in like Mario 64, they know exactly what they're working with. They're intrinsically, you know, they make the physics first, the levels next. They know it by heart. They know the distances and generally where the weaknesses are and like camera work and stuff. So it's like it ends up being a lot tighter of an experience. But then yeah, you probably get a bunch of ROM hacks, which I play a lot of Mario 64 ROM hacks that are probably like, I mean, it's that typical ROM hack thing where you gotta like crank it up to the max, but it's like there's just a fundamental lack of like precision or controls or just the way the platforming works that it just doesn't feel fun to do certain overly difficult precise things with some control schemes. And I'm like, you could do it like in Glover, yeah, you can just walk a tightrope with a ball, it's possible, but like, is that fun? Like, is it fun in the sense that like it's even a worthy challenge? Is it fun in the sense that the controls even really feel intuitive enough or work well enough that it'll be fun to like overcome? It's like, not really, man. And I feel like even with something as good as Mario 64's gameplay, it's like, yeah, I bet. You know, there's things that it's not made for still, you know? I think that's like any game, though. Not that every game is made perfectly for its mechanics, right? I mean, there's games with horrible level design that could do so much more with their mechanics, but just, I mean, I feel like conversely, there's ones that know what it could pull off and know it's actually fun, and where you can create your own challenges and stuff like that. I mean, obviously that depends on the person. There's people who would just prefer like over-the-top challenges for the sake of it, even if it doesn't really fit, but I just feel like in general, you know, like Mario 64 still has plenty of challenge. And even then, it sometimes tries to do stuff it can't really nail. I'm trying to think of some good examples. What would you guys say are some examples in Mario 64 where its controls and mechanics and stuff just don't quite work with what they're trying to hit you with? Probably stuff related to camera, right? Stuff like Big Boo's Haunt is kind of odd with like the zoomed out camera and like some of the coloring and shit, making it kind of weird to tell how the sliding physics work and stuff, and that kind of goofy shit. I would say it's usually camera work more than it is controls in Mario 64 that probably are your limiter, where like some of the level design's kind of flawed because of it. I mean, there's gimmicks and stuff, but other than that. The wooden bridge in the first section of Wet Dry World. The one that raises up with the water and down. Oh yeah. Oh, that's another thing too. Walking like tightropes in Mario 64 can feel very janky. Like tight things because the camera's like moving around, or you can't get a good camera angle to get like a straight press on the notches or something. So it's like maybe they shouldn't have tried to have those kinds of sections because it just doesn't really work with the feel and like how you lock in the camera and stuff. 3D platformers still do that today, man. Where it's like they want you to walk a tightrope, but you like are constantly moving the camera, or it's auto moving, and like you're like moving at a weird oblique angle where you can't get the stick in a notch or just pure straight. I'm like, it just feels fucking horrible. So I think that's another example of just like maybe the mechanics or how some of the camera work or something works. Just like it just doesn't quite. It's not a platform. Like you don't like. I don't want to do a challenge that involves the camera heavily in Mario 6 because the camera's not great. You know, it's not like horrid, but like you could make a challenge out of it, but it'd be kind of stupid to do it because it's not interesting and it's not where it's the strengths of the game are. And that's kind of like Glover. I was like, The system's just not good enough beyond World 1 for what they're throwing at you.
いました。何もない道を走って後から合成すりゃいいのにって。
でも
When you're getting games like Banjo Tooie that have like a mini game a second that are like way more realized and levels are more thematic, like themed way better, and you don't have the problem with like unintuitive or like jank controls, it's like it's hard to really look at the circus and be like, oh yeah, this really worked out in Glover, right? Like, I mean, it could still be good in its own right. It doesn't have to be as good as like a Tooie, but I just think it's funny comparing like that level to like Witchy World or some shit, right? And I mean, there's something appealing about Glover's extremely limited art style and like polygon work and stuff like that. That it kind of gives it this bizarro kind of like dreamlike quality, right? That you are like a glove moving a ball around and stuff. But I don't know. I think that's less by design and more just kind of a an inadvertent thing. It's kind of like Quest 64. There's something kind of cozy, something kind of fun, kind of like artistically interesting about seeing a very like low poly kind of like full like classic like fantasy adventure like that on the N64. It just kind of is something special about it, but it's not because there's like really godly art design. It kind of just ended up that way, it feels like. PS1, yeah, that's true. Yeah. Didn't get a new PC port, or did they cancel that? Didn't they have a Glover 2 coming? Oh yeah, Glover came out 2022 on Steam. 59%. Pico Interactive LLC. Did they? Why are the reviews bad for this? Is it a bad PC port or just shit? Yeah. Okay. A lot of these people are just like, yeah, the game just sucked. Apparently the PC port's bad. Apparently it's really buggy, it's bad port. It seems mostly people hate it, but I promise a lot of people who are going to be buying this are not going to be playing it for the first time. Like I'm trying to find some people who've never played this in the reviews, seeing what they think. Because it's interesting, because I mean, you very rarely get to see somebody like play something like as out there as Glover, as niche as Glover, like today, right? Only freakazoids like me are gonna like play that blind or something. Yeah, right. That's true as well. I mean, apparently there's actually a lot of issues with it. Still, yeah. He's now not working. Game won't even start on certain FPS. Apparently most of it's just emulated. Visual fuck up. I guess people don't like the price. Yeah, apparently it's just the N64 and PS1 ports. Just like emulated or something. Wonder what emulator. It's true. Missing geometry, broken audio. This was apparently years after it came out. Huh. Sure. I mean, it being emulated, it's whatever. As long as the game works properly. And that's some of the silver linings you'd hope for in a modern port, or at least a price point to match. And yeah, you're probably right. I think it's more all the bugs and shit not working, or you're just better off playing the original version or like actually emulating the old versions. That's kind of the problem.
それをギリギリでかわしてまた前へ進む春日さんの動き。あの爆風や破壊の迫力。
Didn't that happen with like Final Fantasy VIII? They lost the source code for it. I don't remember how that port works, if it's emulated or if they had to like recreate it.
恐ろしさやかっこよさはなんかこう悔しいです。春日さんのよ。
ちっとはいい目になったじゃねえか。実は車を避けながらお前らやっ
はい。ぜひやらせてください。もう大丈夫。
春日さん、スタントお疲れ様でした。これは報酬です。予想以上の取れ高で。
まあ役に立てたならよかったよ。ありがとな。
Oh, really?
映画の完成、楽しみにしてるぜ。
I kind of think probably still could happen nowadays in big budget stuff, but I imagine they have a lot more. If for any reason, just issues like that where they just learn their lesson. I imagine just the budget involved in everything nowadays. You'd hope they'd have some kind of like backup for that, and how tight everybody is to remakes and stuff. I imagine they consider it much more priceless to hold on to that kind of shit. They probably still can just just get lost. There's so much shit. Wonder how it looks. They just have like servers full of assets hiding around, or like multiple copies or multiple servers, or
撮影頑張れよ。
はい。
それで監督、追加のアクションシーン
like a big AAA environment.
追い詰められた強盗3人があの高層ビルの屋上から飛び降りリアルを追求するために
相変わらずハードっすね。でも俺やります。
頑張りましょうね、春日さん。俺も？
何を言ってるんだ。もちろんだとも。俺の映画のアクションシーン。さあ早速高層ビルへ撮影場所を移そう。
いやちょっと待ってくれ。え、飛ぶの？
大丈夫だ。ちゃんとビルの下に
羽毛布団じゃ死ぬっつうの。
そこをなんとか極限までリアリズムを追求したいんだ。
Jump off the skyscraper.
いや、もう撮影は勘弁してくれ。
あ、待ってくれ、春日さん。
体が軽いな。
Yeah, true lesson. Much less likely. Yeah, just move on to the next thing. Sure, like the idea of like reusing something, or you know, to some people it's probably like the game's done, we send it out, we move on to the next one. The medium they have to work with is like CDs and shit. That's like you have to physically like store it or something somewhere.
Huh?
Nowadays, like I said, I feel like it's much less of a thing because like to these companies these days, like nostalgia and like remaking stuff and porting stuff is like a gold mine in the face of actually creating like new shit sometimes. So like it's probably a huge deal to hold on to everything. Yeah, shit just happens when it's physical. Like it's like this StarCraft 1 source code that guy just found in a box somewhere. They move offices, shit gets moved. They're not using it, so people aren't really thinking about it, or somebody's not paid to. Yeah, almost. Christ, man, the models look bad right now. The sliding, Jesus Lord. They definitely didn't pull out any stops for the generic NPCs in this one, dude. Kinda hoping they would up the ante in some locations.
おいおい、マナーがなってねえやつだな。つか、マナー以前にハワイでポイ捨てって罰金じゃなかったか？ちょっと言いに行ってやるか。おい、あんた、ゴミはちゃんとゴミ箱に捨てろ。
なーにおっさん。だいたいそれ俺が捨てたって証拠でもあんの？
なんだと？
うっざ、行こうともくん。
おい待てよ、自分のゴミくらいちゃんと。
What the?
ゴミ発見。ゴミ。
Oh, the Super Roomba from the last. The mess. Yeah, probably that makes sense. That's just something that's like hygiene or something, just kind of like improves over time on like a base level.
発見。
なあ、びっくりした。こいつ巨大掃除機のお掃除丸。それがここにあるってことは。
ああ、そのエキセントリックな髪型、もしやモジュコか？
やっぱりあんたか。沖田博士は掃除っていう人気。横浜では掃除を業務用。結局試運転中に大暴。
こんなところであ
あ、博士こそここでな。
もちろんじゃ。前にそれがアメリカのそれで今は。
へえ、そりゃ。でも見た感じだと前と
ちっち見た目で今はお掃除丸の中身を大幅アップデート中なのじゃ。いわゆる人工知能ってやつじゃな。お掃除丸自身が
なんかよくわかんねえけどすげえ。
その通りなのじゃ。お掃除丸インテリジェンスモデルじゃな。さらにゴミ焼却機能。お掃除丸がゴミと認識したものを即座に焼却することができる。その熱を使ってパンケーキまで焼けちゃう。
ほれ、思ったより進化してたんだな。
いや、このお掃除丸はまだその。実はそのプログラムを書いていざ実装に移ろうと思った矢先に未曾有の半導体不。
Isn't that happening like now? Or is that already happened? Wasn't there a semiconductor shortage? Is that what they're referring to?
特に陥ってしまってな。出資してもらった分の開発費を入れても足りないのじゃ。
あらま、それ。
What's the deal with that? Is it that like most of those semiconductors are made in like Korea and a lot of people don't have like the infrastructure, like the know-how to like make those on the same scale? Or am I thinking of something else? There's something where like South Korea's like ultra dominant and super relied upon. for certain kinds of electronics and stuff.
タイミングが悪かったな。
まあ、お掃除
I'm
丸
not
で
well read
音
on
楽を
it.
聴いたり、サブスク動画を見たりする機能にチップをぶち込んでしまったのが
相変わらず本末転倒な
そこで
またお掃除丸のため
さすがも
それは過言だ。
そうじゃ
$3000か。
もちろんできた暁にはたっぷりお礼はするぜ。
Then didn't.
今すぐでなくとも大丈夫なの。
仕方ねえな。
ありがたや。
はいよ。
He's got $3,000. Dude, I don't even have like 1,000.
Hey! Hello!
All these chickens, dude. Taiwan? Maybe that's what I was thinking.
こうやって走ってる鶏見た後
Is
に
it Korea,
鶏肉食うの
Taiwan?
ちょいためらわないか
I thought there was some country. What was Korea? I don't know my stuff. Maybe that would explain it. Oh, really? Wow. Yeah, that's quite the clientele.
どうかな。そこまで気にして。
お前もしかして
ピンポイントな。
ちょっと
すべてのせ仲良し。
Saying a show, dipshit.
Yeah, I imagine that's a huge deal for them. I imagine the threat of any kind of Chinese stuff is probably a huge deal. Yeah. To the Western world. If, like, they have a really dominant place in chip creation, or we'd be fucked without them. Yeah. That must be who I was hearing about then. Not Korea. Not bad there. Oh. So it's very lock and key, very kind of like state secrets pretty much, their chip manufacturing process and all that.
Oh?
Interesting. Makes sense.
Oh. Hmm?
Yeah, I'm not surprised that. I'm sure every Western country, or also every country that can, is probably trying to like create a domestic version of that. But I mean, it probably takes eons of time and R&D and all that kind of shit. Although you'd imagine, like, you know, the government probably like surely could like do some illegal shit and like spy or like fucking reverse engineer it somehow or some bullshit if they really needed to. I have no idea, but I imagine putting together all those facilities and stuff would take crazy amounts of time, even if they had the know-how. Yeah, and I'm sure the government funds the fuck out of that too.
Oh.
Yeah, that won't be good for them. I feel for them for sure, but I also get not wanting to be completely dependent on one country that isn't your own for something. A raw deal there, who knows? Wonder what the timetable's looking like that. When that's gonna start becoming a big problem for Taiwan.
No.
Right, it's not like Intel's hurting or anything. Like they're pretty good on the consumer level, I imagine still, even if, you know, some of their competitors like AMD probably are coming out a bit harder. And then, yeah, any kind of government contracts or anything. Much one that our big rival looks like it's a steak. Yeah.
Hey. No. Nah. Hmm?
It was Boney.
Yo. Arigato yo.
Jeez, water's so washed. It's so whitewashed on this monitor. There's like nothing I can do about it.
Nanda?
You get used to it.
Eh? Huh?
They know each other. The man of the hour. Radioactive. Big glowing. Yeah, everybody has like a radiate. They like have a bloom to them. That's definitely a thing as well. It's supposed to be like the sun. I feel like, you know, kind of giving it this like sun drenched vibe because it's like Hawaii, but they look ridiculous in certain shot.
Oh?
Yeah.
So.
Hundreds of fucking semi-trucks combined to form a giant no-shit robot to protect the city. Industry's premier stunt man, dude. Yeah, they walk out. Ah, the light. I'm drenched. I gotta wonder, actually, for a game like this, because I mean, usually they'll go on set, they'll go on sites and do like, you know, research like architecture, and you know, like sound guys will go out and do all sorts of crazy shit out in the field and stuff. I wonder for this game, because it's set in Hawaii, if they just got like a little Hawaiian vacation paid by Sega to do their research. It could be like Silent Hill, where they never actually went to like, was it Maine? Where was it supposed to be based? Where they just kind of like thought up from pictures and like movies and shit, like what what that kind of like American town would look like or whatever. I think that was the story with Silent Hill. But look, that's why it kind of gives it this like surreal-ish vibe almost, because it's not quite right. But I'm sure they actually went to Hawaii though, but that'd be interesting. Heavily pushed their fabrication service for the manufacture others chips. Yeah, I don't think AMD will let that happen. I don't, not just because of secrets, but I'm sure they want full control of the process. I doubt they'll just like let them do it for free, right? I'm sure they'll take a sizable cut, especially when they know it's probably going to be AMD who'd be one of the few people being able to do it.
Wakatta. Oh.
Right, yeah.
Ho. Oh. So. Oh. So.
Hundreds of fucking semi trucks combined.
Oh. Wakatta.
Let's make Dave. Intel or nothing, yeah. It's a good spot for Intel to be in. Start getting your rivals having a fucking use your own fabs.
Your problem.
I need to watch more of those fab videos. I was watching some of Gamer Next, like tours through some of those fab facilities. The de-dusting and all that's kind of neat. But I don't know much about it.
Oh.
Be cool to learn more about all the kind of hardware on the gaming side of things and shit. And do more research in general for the sake of conversation. Too many games to get. Like a harder version. The hitbox is pretty big, man. The giant fucking hair on my eye. Seriously, man. You even get slightly close to it, you're fucked. You just restart this. I don't need like a 3-try thing. I just want to like do it full tilt. It's hard to tell when they come around that corner with the giant green wall where exactly they are.
You seriously piss me off.
No.
There we go. Not about as good as you can get.
こんな映像が撮れるなんて。カーッとすごいよ春日さん。パーフェクトリアリズムだ。震えが止まらんよ。
そりゃよかったね。で、肝心のジェームズはどこ行ったんだ？あいつも撮ってたんだろ？
ああ、撮ってたぞ。春日さんのすぐ近くでね。
え？おお！びっくりした。
What did he run right behind him with the camera?
凄まじい迫力でした。ネイさんが言ってた日本の怪獣映画のような。あんたまさか直接自分で撮影してたのか？まあ
どうしてもこのリアルな撮影を身をもって撮りたいと言い出して聞かなくてね。本当に丸焦げになるとは思わなかったが。
さっき取って出しの映像を軽く見せてもらいましたが、本当にすごいですね。画面越しでも振動や匂いが伝わってくるような。あれを自分が撮ったと思うと誇らしくて笑えてきますよ。本当にいい顔してやがる。それを言わないでください。でもそうですね。あいつがいなかったらこのカットも撮れていないし、狭い世界で感謝しないといけない。だったらその気持ちもまとめて。ああ、そりゃいいですね。
おう、ちなみになんだが、さっき撮ったカットはどう使うんだ？
まあ素材を生かすように補正。
それちょっとだけ見せてもらえないかね。
どうしたんですか監督。あんなに
バカたれなわけあるかい。俺はただそれだけでは今の時代多くの人を楽しませきれないというのも、こうしてジェームズ・テイラーのような若い感性でリアルを生かしたフィクションを作れるよ。
もちろんぜひ見ていってください。よければ。どうやらここまでは合成で違和感なく入れられます。ですがもう少し寄ると
なるほど。ではここは引きの絵のままが良さそうだな。ただ
An extra gets blown across the screen.
何を言ってんだかさっぱりわからんが。
ああなると思う。ああそうだ。これ。
God, speaking of fucked, Fuck extras and actors and practical stunts and props and shit. What was that movie where the helicopter falls into the water and the dude and like the two kids he's carrying get killed? Like reality. Was that a fucking Twilight Zone movie? What was that? Or like the most famous like like actor safety. Like I don't know what you want to call scandal or event. That kind of I think they created a bunch of new rules and laws because of it. Was it a Twilight Zone movie? Yeah, it was. Yeah, Twilight Zone incident, 1982. Yeah, it was Vic Morrow. Then two kids. Yukon Dean Lay and Renish and the John Landis. Did that kill John Landis's? Yeah. Whatever happened to him after that? What did Landis do? Blues Brothers, Animal House. I did all that. Coming to America. He directed the Thriller music video. Oh. Hey man, that happened in '82, and he just went on to make like Coming to America and shit. I guess he bounced off of that, but drama. Little out of court. What's that?
ってたものです。春日さんへの成功報酬とのことで爆風に巻き込まれたりして、まあ結局今
Modified rocket launcher. 600 damage to enemy.
おう、ありがとな。
That's a quick one fight kill, I guess.
爆風で飛ぶ男か。ここは合成しようと思ったけど、むしろリアリティを追求した方がいいかもな。
おう、分かってきたじゃないの、ジェームズ。
Guy wailing as he flies through the fucking front windshield.
春日さん。ちょっとそこでトラック爆発させるんで、その横で吹き飛んでもらえませんか？
なんでだよ。俺からも頼む。もちろん高級羽毛布団で受け止められるように安全面は配慮しておく。爆発してる時点で配慮されてないっつうの。あと
Yeah, it seems like a problem on so many different levels. Like it seemed like not only the hiring process was like under the table, but the stunt people and the effects people and the director all were right over this explosive. Yeah, it just seemed like a crazy nightmare. And I don't know if it was just the time period or like the set was like rushed or the movie or something. Like I don't know, man. Like, obviously they didn't have as many safety precautions back then, but Jesus, that just seems like you have to be stupid. Yeah.
なんで毎回羽毛布団なんだよ。そこをなんとか。最高の映画を作るためには必要なことなんだ。
どうか頼む。いや、だから
もうスタントマンは勘弁してくれ。ちょっと待ってくれ。春日さん。
Doesn't want to be murdered here. Although I guess that kind of thing still happens, man. I mean, the Alec Baldwin thing recently. You know, production not paying enough attention, making sure everything's handled, and then armorers and stuff obviously not doing their job right. Fucking shit show.
Aloha.
Terrific tea time. I have no idea what they want here. Hawaiian stuff. Guess
Thank you.
not. Yeah, Jesus, that was fucking far, huh? Don't worry, he took them to fucking... He took the husband and fucking kids to breakfast one day. That had to have been a fucking bizarre ass fucking breakfast, dude. Like, hey kids, we're gonna go fucking go to breakfast with the person that shot your fucking mom, so that he can post this online to fucking save face or some shit. I mean, I don't know how much, I don't know the full details of what happened, but it kind of seems like fucking bizarre, man. I mean, obviously I had to talk to them at some point, and I'm not even saying he was completely at fault. I don't know the whole story. I'd imagine the armor would be... That'd have been fucking weird. Yeah, that's not a I'm gonna take you out to breakfast, we'll talk about it, right? Kind of thing. I mean, Jesus, dude. You imagine he would never talk to them outside of like the court, because it would be too fucking like wild. That's why it feels like such a PR type of thing, which is kind of, I mean, it might not be, I don't know. Like, it just kind of comes off that way. Yeah, I just don't know how a gun even could get like loaded like that, man. What happened to Brandon Lee? Was that another case where the gun was loaded with something real, or did he get killed by like a blank somehow? Misfiring? Because those can still fuck you up.
What?
That might be the case, Lassie. I'm not quite sure on it. I just know he died in a gun-related thing on set. An accidental one, obviously. Quite sure. That one was a blank. Just being used at point blank range, or it can be lethal sometimes. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sure it happens often. I mean, guns are fucking dangerous, man. The amount of guns used in movies, Jesus.
Oh. Hmm? So da na. Huh? Huh. Hmm. わかった。ん？任せとけ。ありがとう。
Orlando. So you think they'd care enough and not quite shy that they could hold their nose and hire somebody from the sticks who knows how guns work instead of how properly. Yeah, I don't know. You gotta wonder the process on that. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just people. And if it's a real casual, small movie, they might just be rolling around. Just, hey, hire this person on the cheap, you know, they're lazy. They bring cases of real fucking ammo, you know, that they pulled out of their fucking closet right next to their blanks before they go to the fucking, you know, the set. And like, I mean, you could imagine it, right? You can imagine like a chain of events that would lead to it. But with something as serious as like guns and shit, you'd hope there'd be like, especially in like, it's not like it was some super indie flick. I mean, it's Alec Baldwin, like people know who he is, right? Like, there'd be a bit of fucking like double checking at least on the fucking gun. Yeah, who knows? It's a shame. Ooh. Is the chain quest with the shaman again? And yeah, that too, I mean, someone who like respects it and is a fucking professional. But not that I know the armor for that movie. Couldn't have been that fucking good if they got fucking live ammo on. Huh? Holy.
マジか。
Chasing here.
今助けるからな。待ってろ。
I think it's getting away, bro. Chase, full chase scene. I hope this is like a dog in here or something. Like a fake baby. I don't think so. No. I was talking about it's not really a mini game per se. So when you run around, there's a certain feel to the controls and stuff. But they've had a few subquests where like they'll make it more stiff and your movements are more lumbering, and when you kind of barely touch something you stop because it's all like on a timer, and so it's supposed to be this like really deliberate like you're holding like, you know, like a waiter's, you know, kind of like meal kind of thing, where it's like you're very like you turn very slow and wide. It's not like tank controls, it just feels kind of like shit, but they've like brought it back for like 3 quests already. This is just the chase minigame they've had for like what? This has been in the game forever. Different iterations of this, but this one's fine. It's just QTs and a little bit of movement. There's another one. You'll know when I'll mention it if it happens again. But it's just like moving normally, but it just sucks more. It's an odd thing to have like a any kind of. You can't even call it a mini game.
Oi, 無事か? Oh, 春日さんやんけ.
They fucking brought this guy back.
奇遇やな。助かったで。ああ。え、あんたまさか。わしはゴンダーラ進むっちゅうもんや。
It's like the 3rd or 4th time this fucking quest line come back.
ミルクの賢者、うちの若いのがすまんかったな。おい、おにゅびん、もう2本追加や。人肌でな。確か2年前に緊張のイメクラで組総出で赤ん坊になりきって楽しんでいたヤクザの組長だったな。ゴンダワラ組長だったっけ。
Kiwami 2 first time that's what it was.
あんたなんでこんなところに。実はゴンダワラ組の旅行でハワイに来てたとこなんや。福利厚生の一環やな。それでせっかくやからハワイで赤子になれる店を探してな。やっと見つけたベビーシッターコースでアクティビティを満喫しとったっちゅうわけや。勝手にベビーカーが済んだ時はどうなるかと思ったが、重心移動でブレーキ以外のコントロールができることが分かってな。年がいもなくはしゃいでもうたわ。そうか、邪魔して悪かったな。じゃあごゆっくり。ちょっと待てって。せやからこれ一人じゃブレーキ効かんのや。すまんがママのリリアンちゃんのとこまで連れてってくれんか。はあ、俺らこんなことしにハワイに来たんじゃねえってのに。
Fucking wheel this guy back.
親父！てめえか、親父を誘拐してやろうわ。え、いや違う。俺はむしろ助けた側だな。このタイミングで寝るな。何律儀に赤ちゃんのルーティン守ってんだ。親父をさらおうとした落とし前つけさせてもらうで。くそ、なんでこんな目に。さっさと始めようぜ。
Shouldn't fucking Kiri have experience with this too? I guess this quest has to be able to be done by like everything or something. You guys are level 17 for fuck's sakes.
ビビってんだろ。行くぜ。俺の番か。ビビってんのか。
if we can even beat these guys right now. Too fucking separate right now. As long as they split their damage. Listen to fucking Abba. Clearly we're on your level. Barely get XP for half these fights.
Huh?
Orlando.
Hey. くそ。すまねえ。
It's because of all the diaper. Yeah, they're mixing them in pretty odd there. Diaper absorbent. Diapers ripped open.
そうか。いいえ。ん
Whole assload of dipes.
ああ。
Such a fucking long running joke. Fucking diaper Yakuza family. The best is still the first one with Kiryu. Where he just kind of like falls into, he kind of just like stumbles into this like wall and it falls over and it's just this fucking, all these grown ass men playing baby. Like a full like big budget cutscene. Since Kiryu's so fucking stoic, it's just like the most fucking bizarre shit.
ありがとう。ああ。一息入れないか。
スコールか。
Aloha!
Coconut flavor. An expensive order.
いただきます。めちゃくちゃココナッツ料理頼んだな。
なんて言ったってハワイだからな。
ココナッツが基本か。あんまそういうの考え。
まあな。でも。
え？
そうだな。
寿司屋わかるけど。
確かに。意外と自分が
観光客用に作ってて現地の人はあんまり食べないものとか。
そういうのもあんのか。
いや、めっちゃ食うし、なんなら石鹸もココナッツを。
よ。
お前
これからもココナッツを。
Okay, so you get certain food items and you get like a
a
bond boost.
Thank you!
But they have a lock on them or not if you even have the party member for it. No point even fucking spending the money if we're not gonna get it then. And I don't care that much anyways, I'm not gonna go get them all or nothing.
Do どれ？へえ、ファイヤーダンスってやの？あれ？どこかで。はっ！うわ、すげえ！最高だな！
よかったわよ。
センキュー！センキュー！大海原ライセンススクールを今後ともよろしく。
大海原、これって俺が昔ってことは。
あれあれあれ、春日くんじゃ
And
な
the
い？
vocational school. That's how you got a bunch of personality stats, I think. It was like quizzes and all that shit. I think it was actually kind of goofy fun. I don't remember how many quizzes there were for the local area. I hate those, but honestly, I just look them up at that point.
いやー、
Actual
まさか
real
こんな
trivia
と
is
ころで
fun.
春日くんとさ。なんで春日君みたいなやつはどん底の町いじ
相変わらず失礼なやつ。おめえこそ仕事？
まあね、よ
で、
それは
ここって
ああ、あの後もな、こんな優秀な人材を放っておくなんてもったいない。まあ
僕は今や資格を200以上持っているからね。
確かにそう言われればそうかもしれん。
ああ、もともとはい
ろいろ。
ああ、男
と女。もしかしてフラ
なんでわかるんだい。君は。
いや、まあおめえの。
自分としては精一杯の思いを伝え、なかなか顔も合わせづらくなってしまった。恋愛は理屈じゃないし暗記でもない。どこかに好きな人と絶対に両思い。
はいはい。でここで働いてる。
ああ、あれも僕はこう見えてもライセンスを仕事にも入れ、ちょうど今そうだ。
また。
ああ、どうせ君のことだ。頭スカスカだから。
本当に失礼なやつだ。
こっちの学校は偉人帳とは違ってどう
ね。
よーし。
ここが大海原ライセンス。
そうだろ
う。ようこそ大海原ライセンススクールへ。こんにちは。
ほらちゃん。
おめえまさか今度。
恋はノンストップ。もう僕を止められる人はいないよ。
また一方的にアピール。
同じ失敗を繰り返さない。
就活で100回くらい落ちてた。
受付の前田ローラと申します。
ああ、
ねえじゃねえよ、はいだろうが。
うるせえな。
ただいまキャンペーン中でして入学金は無料となっています。
ああ、春日。
ローラちゃん、僕が
ありがとうございます。
どうもいたしまして。
うるせえからどっか行けよ。
碇から説明があったかもしれませんが、ライセンスを取得すること自体も大切ですが、春日さんをさらに成長させる場を提供できるよう。
I wonder if these cost money. They probably did. Yeah.
ねえ。
おめえがローラ。
ところで今はお試しキャンペーン中でして、この機会にいかがでしょう。
へえ、試験
やってみてもいいかなじゃない。
おめえ本当にどっか行って。
それでは準備が
Let's do a trial course. Like I barely leveled up, man. In this game.
聞いてきた。
お試しで試験を一度受けてみましょう。どの試験を受けますか？
The Hawaii proficiency.
こちらのそれでは
絶対受かる。
Give me the video game question one again, the Sega question one. 'Cause you know it's right if he's like feeling good about it. Maybe not. Surely we failed unless it was pure luck.
Damn! Oh, jeez! What a shame!
Diamond Head. The volcano. Malasada was right. Pig was right. Oh, it was sugarcane. Jumping Fleet. Yuku means flee and Lele means jump.
Hmm. やはりそうだと思ったよ。
ぶっつけ本番ですから資格はとにかく何度もと。
そうだな。
ほらというわけだ。何度。
はいはい。
そうですね。
いやここは私怒りが。
そいつはど。
それでは。
Let me retry, bro.
体が軽いな。
ようこそ。どの試験を受けますか？
How much do these cost? Sega proficiency tier 1, bro. Why is it tier 2 then tier? I guess it's just the quality of it.
こちらの試験で。
Let's try this again. Oh shit, new ones. This is a lay. White flash on the image of scenarios and ornaments and lay. What is its name? Hibiscus? Waikiki Beach. The sea temperature remains constant. Heritage. Shaka? I don't fucking know. We passed, man.
Congratulations! Congrats, nice one!
Damn, dude. I wish studying went like this, man. Get 5 questions right and everybody's popping off for you. I barely made it. This is a plumeria. Waikiki Beach is man-made. As of 2024, Diamond Head. Oh, a shocker.
何でもできそうな気分だ。
ようこそ。どの試験を受けますか？
120 style. Alcohol expertise. Any alcoholics in here? Ready to help me on this one, dude? Suji. King. Quartz. Damn, that cost me all my money, dude. I did not expect that. I have no money now. What the fuck? Where'd the angel share? A single or double? How much whiskey to pour, I'd imagine. Sugarcane was grown extensively. Why are these so expensive, though? Like, really 500 to do this? For trivia? What is this? Sugarcane. There's alcohol. I have no idea. Hops. I don't know. One of the following cocktails shown here has Hawaii in the name. Dude, I don't know what those are. Underworld, it's probably like either crime or like a cult, I'd imagine. Nice, dude. Lucky. Probably 3 out of 5 again, just barely.
Hell yeah, man! Congrats, dude!
Hell yeah, man.
Nice one!
Where were the prices on these lessons, dude? Angel share how much whiskey to pour, rum, hops. Okay, this is the only one I didn't get. Blue Hawaii. Most of those were educated guesses.
何でもできそうな気
Not
分
very
だ。
confident on many of those.
ようこそ。どの試験を受けますか？
Oh, it says the price here. 300, 500. They're all like super pricey.
また来てください。
Can't even do any more, bro. I like trivia. I'd like to do more. Money is so hard to come by in this. I feel like I should just do more of the main story so they introduce the money-making minigame or something. God knows I don't want to go grind like fights. I'm always spending money in this game.
Sorry, brother.
Balls and the game. It's cabaret shit again, but like somehow in Hawaii.
Kono辺は楽。
何度消してもすぐにま一番もら死ね。ああ
パラパラま。よっしゃー。
I need 3,000 for that other one too. Like what? You could pick shit up while you're riding this around.
いいもん見っけ。
Like you want to go quick, but you don't have to keep getting off to like do stupid shit.
What you looking at?
I think this dude's gonna wreck. It just fallen up nice.
Yo.
Kind of stronger. He's probably like level 30 or something.
いいよ、やろう。
さっさと始めようぜ。
26, dude. Might as well just restart.
ぶちかまっ。
Like a solo fight too.
まだやり足りないよな。
ガツンと行くぜ。行くぜ。甘くられる。
Might as well not even start it.
What are you looking at? What's with you? Knock it out with the staring. Aloha.
こんなでかい壁に
トミーは
下手の横好きっていうか
へえそんじゃ
一番
おお
あだがまあ
楽しみにしとくぜ仲良し
We're like being held back on so many bingos. He's super overleveled here for me.
Hello.
出発するか。
They might be quizzing you on Yakuza games. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what Underworld Studies was, actually. Looks like I have to pay like 100 every time I fully like.
Wait, did you seriously
Aloha.
Use one of these things.
Thank you.
I'm gonna use the full battery. Well, I guess I'll just be fast traveling here in a bit. Yeah, they're like level 23. Like, this is kind of what I mean, where it's like in normal Yakuza, I would just do all the subquests. You know, some of the fights might be like a little harder, but that's all there is to it, right? But this like doubles the playtime because you kind of need the levels and shit. Like, I'm not about to start fucking grinding Yakuza, so unless the main story like holds me back, man, I'm just gonna deal with it. I think I'll just get one shot. Dog eating a fucking banana.
なんか甘い香り、この花かな？なんて名前な。
Hey, those sneakers you mentioned before. You ever buy them?
Hey, those sneakers you made. I keep mentioning flowers. It's like the beginning of a subquest or something. Grind. I mean, I could run around and do the Sujimon shit too, but honestly, it's not terribly interesting. Strengthen Sujimon. Chance of huge gains. Awaken a Sujimon by feeding them another. Same species. All Sujimon. Grinding. Buy Sujimon stuff.
Aloha! Thank you!
Japan gotcha, Kiwami gotcha. Type. Unfucking jail him, dude. Let him free.
Shahoo! 一緒に強くなろうぜ!
Agent.
これからよろしくな! Shahoo! 一緒に強くなろうぜ!
Hairy guy.
Yatta ze! これからよろしくな!
Any of these even rare? The badges. It seems cute, but I don't care about it. We'll see, maybe I will. What is a committee agent? You just feed him to other people or something? I get money for this? What's up?
なんだ?
$30.
Oh.
I could do one more just to fucking do one more just to see.
おめえら、準備はいいか?
絶対勝ってやろうぜ!
行くぜおめえら! 突撃! みんな勝ちに行くか! おめえに決めたぜ! 行くぜ! これでどうだ? 流れを変える! ドラー! シェー! ファイター撃破!
Oh, I swapped them again. No wonder how's it working. For me, it's not that doing it's the problem, it's that the gacha grind, grinding your dude up, feeding him shit. That's the stuff I'm just like, seems a little like it would be a grind. I gotta just kind of not, because you know what the story is gonna be. It'd be more if the rewards are good. If the rewards are fine, it's like, okay, you know, it's not like that on fun or something. want to break my do every side minigame to completion fucking thing for a bit and Yakuza.
Yeah? Just tell me if you got one of those.
I need to go get some top. Okay. I really feel like this should have just been like stills of these guys. Like animated or just still 3Ds that like Ichiban's like this like smile plastered on his face, but he's like still breathing and blinking, just makes him look so fucking creepy looking, man. I don't know what they were thinking.
Eh?
え？なあ。はあ。なあ。え？
Loser.
Huh?
It's probably the dude we just saw. Who knows though? Or is his comedy friend the only other person on Earth?
Hi.
Yeah, really. Going out there and hoofing it, journalism? Come on, dude, that's bullshit. We all know it. Yeah, it does make a good scene.
No kids.
Publish first, ask questions later, man. It's like none of his business, you know. Stumble upon it and make it his business, probably. Oh, it'll get past the MCU. Song. Which one? There's like a little jazz song playing, but a while back. Pretty quiet. What's up, son? Chat broken for a while? Twitch thing. No. I'm not hearing any music on your end. It's just the chatter. Like right now when I mute this. There's like no sound at all. Like on my obs, it's completely zero noise. You still hear it? Cause I literally hard muted PS5 just now. I was like, man, what are the chances? Pina Colada on playing Yakuza. How would that happen? From this tab? There's no like sound stuff like that. Yeah, that makes sense. And that, yeah, I mean, that's probably totally it. I mean, they're good at being cheap. I mean, that's probably totally it. I mean, they're good at being cheap. Yeah, I don't hear the ping. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I'd rather just have them be completely still then, but I guess they wanted to give them a little bit of movement. I guess it just looks weird on Ichiban, but yeah. I guess it just looks weird on Ichiban, but yeah. I guess it just. He just looks a little awkward because he's making like a pose. He's not just sitting there flat. He's like got like a special pose to him. Like he looks like he's getting ready for a picture, but he's just sitting there. Kiryu's fun, I guess. I guess they could have just posed him a little different. What they do in like God of War, I guess they do in most games. Just different pose. He looks like he's getting ready for like a photo, right?
Get wrecked!
Yeah, I'd imagine they wouldn't use like too much DMCA music. They have in the far past in the series, but usually for only the Japanese versions. Copyright labels. Oh, gotcha. Colada's like, I could imagine it being this. What are you using right now? Oh, Baldi is the thing. Okay. Never heard of it, honestly.
富は金貯めていつバンか大人もたくさん乗れみんなでよし何がよしなんだよ仲良し深く知れた気がするぜVery customizable, but that makes it very ghetto. Yeah. So tap suspension being that when you tap out of something, it's not like eating resources and shit. Chrome doesn't do that. I probably stopped these with Chrome at some point. I remember swapping from fucking Firefox to Chrome. I mean, Chrome's been fine for me, but sometimes I like do something more less resource intensive. ってきたぜ。
安全運転。
Oh, okay, you can do it on the fly. It's more control over it.
Hey! Yo!
Hi.
ハロー。
こっちのエナジードリンクは。
ああ、そうかもな。ただずっと飲んでると眠い時に同じフレーバーを、それを飲むと逆に眠く。だから新しいフレーバーが。
喜んでんの。よっしゃー。また距離が縮まったな。
Buddy bingo here, man.
あ、サンキューな。
乗るか。
Really? I didn't know that they could just. I mean, I guess it makes sense they would make money off of those kinds of things. You have like IP rights over like extensions and shit. Could like legally make like a bunch of money off them and stuff. I guess you could, huh? It's like anything else on like a storefront. I have so few of those. Like ad block, I like an ad blocker. And like FFZ and that kind of shit, right? Or Twitch.
Yo, なんか。
え？花？
プルメリ、なんか聞いた。
こういう花で、私は中でも。
あ。なんか見たことあるかも。ハーバーストリート。まあ、多分。
その初対面、本当に。
なんか訳ありみたいだな。
レイっていう首からかける花飾りを作れるだけのプルメリアを急いで集めたいの。あいつにまた笑ってほしいから。
へえ。
ええ。
ん？
え？
任せとけ。
はい。
This better not be like a quiz or something. Pick some flowers for her buddy.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Huh?
Eh?
hit this tree. Why are they stopping them anyways? It's not like they're not allowed to fight near this tree. Random reason even for Yakuza to have to fight some goofy dudes. Super underleveled. It's like this is supposed to be an AoE, but then they all get like way close. I don't have enough mana, he gets like 2 attacks off. I need to kill him quick, man. Thank God. Why did Ichiban just walk all the way over there? I don't know if it deals with like enemies based on proximity, but like, you imagine it would. Yeah, somebody please attack me. If a debuff counts as a status element.
これで
俺の番か。
ぶちかますかかってこいや。
相手してやる。
逃げんなタコ。
I just went for him anyways. How do you even know where they're gonna fucking fight?
行くぜ。叩き潰す。何？ガンガン行くぜ。ほら。ぶちかます。さっさと終わらせる。
Barely. They get like less XP. That's the problem with like losing any XP when characters die in RPGs. I've always hated it. Because if you're fighting something really difficult, you need to be able to have people dying be part of like your strategy, right? Because I mean, turn economy when it comes to healing and items and stuff, and either fights just have too much damage to out heal, but you might have enough damage to kill them. Like, I feel like that should be part of the strategy. But when you cut your XP, then it cuts your rewards and your ability to even like kind of get past that hurdle without having to go like grind or something. But I've always just hated it. And I like it when games just have death be like part of the experience there, like fainting. I mean, you don't get cut by much in this. It's like 30%.
まだ強くなれるだね。
Better than like a complete cut, but it's still kind of goofy. It's odd how little XP you get from doing subquests in this. There's like a few fights and some of them are like super high level, but I feel like they really expect you to get in a fight with like every random dude you run across.
Oh!
Looking for more just sitting around. My thing is like, it's the usual Yakuza experience, right? Subquest wise and all that, but there's just like an element of like grinding I have to do on top of it, right? Like with the turn-based combat, so it's kind of like, you know, that's not terribly like, it feels like something like wholly different, but it's like, you know, the kind of gear and upgrades and finding stuff in the environment, how the subquests work, the mini games, it's not really that different from any other Yakuza game. There just happens to be like an RPG system that's stopping me from beating up normal guys. Which I mean, to some is probably like, I don't know if I really want to like go hit up every Sujimon trainer and get into every fight I see kind of stuff. Barely have any money, man. Not getting many rewards either. These. Fellow beachgoers.
こういうこのくらいなら反復と気がああ大体の日用品は作れるぜ テーブルとか棚とかな。なんで木彫りのクマ？それ観光地の土産で。
作ってくれるのか。仲良し。
One more of these.
深く知れた気がするぜ。
What do you even get for like getting high bond with these characters?
Aloha.
Cheers to seafood. Cheer. Beer then. Beer and seafood.
いただきます。ごちそうさま。
Thank you very much.
スコールか。
I guess not.
Yandami.
What are you staring at?
Oi!
Ran out of batteries on this thing too. Yeah, there's got to be like a money mini game. There's too many super expensive things. It's probably the Dondoko Island thing. This.
日本にも大道道端で
ここのパフォーマンス観光客にもここから有名になる。
へえ、そういえばそれと近い。
路上からプロ。
俺らも
そしてメジャーで。
よっしゃ、まずは
そこは真面
Just a random one. Sorry, I kind of read this quick. Like I said, no, I'm enjoying it and all that. But I'm not looking to waste like a whole lot of extra time on it. To the point I'm willing to possibly get the Sujimon thing. It's just like a basic Pokemon rip kind of thing. I'm not like, too interested in. Man's in his outfit and everything. Obviously, I'm not gonna 100% it or nothing. I mean, personality challenges. These are fucking crazy. Grindy. Take pictures with his smartphone. I could do that. How does it actually saves these? I've done this exact same thing. And another fucking Yakuza too. Like, you're never gonna get this photo one unless you actually like just spam photos. Which is funny. There's like no natural time I'd want to go take a bunch of pictures in Yakuza. I do like taking pictures in games. I should do it more. I like taking like nice, but not a fucking. Uh-oh. Fucking cute. The fisheye, man. Aggressive fisheye. Fucking curious, fucking super zoomed in. Kitty in the fisheye lens. I need to farm some of these pictures for a challenge. Yeah, right next to the cock. How many more of these pictures do I need, man? I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not gonna farm most of these. I just figured since I was here, I could just do this real quick. It's 70. Are these all saved to my PS5 right now? Fuck the PlayStation app. Fuck. Shockingly, even I think Nintendo is better. Like, I gotta shoot him straight to Twitter. Like, that's all I want, man. I don't really like the vignette on these. Wish there wasn't vignetting. Try to obscure like the fucking fisheye lens edges. It's like some fucking bizarro JoJo thing. Never taken that picture outside of an in-game moment. I could just put these like on Twitter. The PlayStation app, USB drive. Like, supposed to be sharing this shit, brother. They're gonna make it like dog ass, man. Somehow Nintendo is a better sharing option, man. You hate to hear it. The fucking year of the Lord, man. Nintendo doing anything better with online.
Tadaima, Eli. 具合はどうだい？今日はとっても愉快な人たちに会ったよ。春日さんって言ってね、日本から来たらしい。外でしょぼくれてたわしの話を笑わないで聞いてくれてね。しまいには力になるぜなんて言ってくれたんだ。なんだかそれだけで嬉しくてね。何の得も笑っちゃうよな。わしは誰かのずっと家にもいないでし、ようやく時間ができたというのに今
あなたは素敵な私のありがとう。あなたがいない時間は確かに長かったのかもしれない。でもその時間もずっとあなたの優しさは感じていましたよ。だって私のために頑張ってくれていたんでしょ。だからそんな顔しないで。綺麗。
I'll say this probably isn't healthy for her, but
ありがとう。
really dying.
春日さん、組長さん。
Only Yakuza man
ゴンダーラ組出陣や。
would take these guys and make some heartfelt sub-story out of them, dude.
やってやるぜ。親父、これおむつ足りますかね。あ、ほんだら足りなくなったら今お前が履いとるそのおむつをすっぽんぽんになっても最後までやりきるで。へい。
本当に雪が見られるなんて。日本で
Won't let her know it's grown-ass men's diaper shavings here.
ポーランド、あなた。
もちろんだ。わしはエリーのためなら何だってできるさ。魔法使いにだってなれる。だから だからもっとしてほしいことはないか。
でももう十分よ。こんな素敵な贈り物をもらって。
She's so blurry.
十分なんて言わってくれ。わしはまだ。
それじゃあ最後のお願い。笑ってちょうだい。あなたの笑顔を見ながら眠りたいの。せっかく綺麗な雪なのに、王子様がそんな顔じゃ台無しだものね。だからお願い。
ああ、そうだね。うん、その通りだ。ゆっくりおやすみ、ヘリー。雪溶けちゃったな。
二人に雪届いたか。きっと届いたさ。笑えるほど綺麗な雪を見せられたと思うぜ。
せやな。ハワイの雪っちゅうのもおつなものやな。
Cool. Like a little way to mix up their usual style of subquest. That's something new they're trying to do here, is have certain quests link up with other quests. Like you'll do one and it'll kind of add into another one, and I suppose it's cute. Adds a little connectivity to it all.
Oh, speaking of which, see that bars?
Huh?
Matt Tropico again.
Hi.
God, you gotta fucking freewheel it everywhere, man. Oh, sicko snap intermediate. Let's do that. Well, money after spending 500 on that fucking quiz on accident. I didn't realize it was that much. I would have waited. Spend a lot in this range of cash, man. Getting around. I need to charge my ride again soon. I need 3,000 for this nerd. 40 sicko.
ガンガン激写するぜ。
Play this shit again.
いい絵が撮れたな。いい感じだな。いい感じだな。いい絵が撮れたな。いい感じだな。いい絵が撮れたな。いい感じだな。もっといけそうだ。いい絵が撮れたな。いい感じだな。いい絵が撮れたな。いい感じだな。いい絵が撮れたな。いい絵が撮れたな。まあまあだな。いい感じだな。まあまあだな。いい感じだな。いい絵が撮れたな。いい絵が撮れたな。もっといけそうだ。
Yeah, I practice. Off stream.
いい感じだな。
Outside the game.
もっと狙わねえと。
Dog, dude.
まあまあだな。いい絵が撮れたな。
Pervert professional, man. That's me.
いい感じだな。
What the fuck? What the hell was that?
もっといけそうだ。いい絵が撮れたな。いい感じだな。
That's true.
いい感じだな。
Probably gonna miss some.
まあまあだな。
I'll do my darndest. I think so, yeah. I don't know if they let you just watch and chill, or if it just fast travels you. I'll try it after this. I'm curious.
いい感じだな。
Maybe that'd be a cheaper way to get around if I happen to be there.
どこに隠れてるんだ。いい感じだな。まあまあだな。いい絵が撮れたな。もっといけそうだ。
Nice. Full on sack. This too.
いい写真が撮れたぜ。
It is what it is, man.
どうするんだ。撮れてるか。
What are 150, 170,000? Get this bad boy. You could get it now. You just gotta grind, man. Fun as that would be. Fucking grinding forever. I mean, I guess it gets quicker the more you do it because you get more like modifier, but fuck hell. I think that happened in the first game too with me. The can mini game. Yeah, let's see here. You could like just keep doing it and you could get like a decent piece of gear. Really. I should probably do it since I'm gonna be like skipping every wild fight I can. Oh yeah, you could chill. You can walk around everywhere.
こうやってバスから街並みを見る自分の
There's
足で
like
歩いてる
special
のじゃ
dialogue too.
そういうもんか。
トミーも日本のローカルバスに乗ってんのかいつか俺が連れてってやるよ目的決めねえ
ローカルバスの旅ってのが一番とバカ話しながら日本を旅すんのは
だろ
Cool. Wonder if you could like speed it up. Oh yeah. Hurry to the next. I don't know how far that even was, but I don't know. Maybe it saved. I mean, it saved me $10. I'm sure $10 ain't shit later on, but fucking hell, dude. I'm raw on money right now. Maestro, man. Yeah, right now we're just kind of doing subquests. Really, I've been doing subquests all day. We've been talking quite a bit. Probably a couple hours of me pausing and talking. But they did give me quite a few side quests to do at once here. Usually in these games I do all the subquests that aren't like grinds, and then all the major mini games, and then try everything once that's new, but I don't know. I don't know how I'm feeling on Sujimon in this one. Might make an exception and skip it, we'll see. Got a lot of games to play. I'll think about it. Maybe I'll do some off stream. Seems to have kind of like the typical Yakuza major mini games, like story formula, like the Elite Four and the final boss and stuff. Yeah, that's probably a good call. Because I mean, some of these had like, you know, the segue and shit, which pretty nice. I usually just like seeing them to see the stories and having a point of comparison for the games. So I kind of do it in all of them. But yeah, with the RPG elements, it's like I probably shouldn't skip the Sujimon shit. There's probably money and like gear and stuff you get from it, but who knows? Yeah, so far the actual rewards for sub stories haven't really been crazy. I'll do all the quizzes and stuff because that's fun, and we'll see what the Dandoko Island's all about. For a game called Infinite Wealth, I'm pretty fucking poor right now, so I probably need to unlock, I imagine, the money mini game.
Yeah.
Golem Gunwa. Was he a rocker man?
Yeah.
Hopefully these guys aren't too high level for me. I'm like super under leveled, I think. But yeah, that sounds like a good way to do it. If you're not interested in the goings on. I've enjoyed the subquest writing for the most part. I think they've been fine. Some of them are made forgettable, and some of them kind of repeat some mini games that aren't too interesting. But you get some fun ones that have some cool shit, like the Pokemon Snap, one of the crazy taxi one, or get some cool rewards out of it, like the Segway. Those were kind of earlier. Kind of look like Michael Cera over here. We're an okay level here.
の番だな。
You smack him in the foot. Oh my god, some money, dude. I'm fucking a thirsty man in the desert here, dude. I accidentally bought one of the quizzes for 500 and I ran out of money.
Hi.
The sub-quest fights seem to have like a 100 here and there. I put on the 10% more money thing from fights too, but I tend to avoid like every fight.
Oh, nah.
See what I can get away with.
Easy.
Hi.
Gonna be Matt Tropico's shoulder to cry on here. Just the fucking bartender, dude.
Nah.
Nobody's here. Pot's hopping place.
Yeah.
Ho.
Look at this Giga Chad, dude. Look at his fucking jawline. Jesus. Fucking Mad Tropica.
Huh?
Yeah.
Wild Rock.
Hi.
Hey.
He doesn't. What, he didn't like it, or did he get caught up in the wrong crowd?
Hi.
Whoa. That Tropico looks like that.
Oh.
Yeah. Hi.
Maybe, bro. Maybe you just gotta touch the right person.
Hi.
Well, maybe they were inspired by him, man.
Oh.
It's like a betrayal. I don't know if just having your music reach people matters. It's not on the terms of how you want that to reach people.
ありがとうございます。
Good luck, Matt Tropico. We'll see him in the 50th part of this quest, I'm sure. How can I walk out of here? Oh. I haven't been fighting any of these bosses either. Probably should buy that at some point. I'm like going out of my way to like avoid as much shit as possible.
Welcome.
Nice Gia Wolf. upgrade his shit real quick too.
Thank you.
Since I've been picking up enough shit off the ground. I kind of wish when you're on the whatchamacallit, this, that you could pick shit up. That's the only thing you can pick up is that shit without getting off. It's the Sujimon stuff because it's just proximity based. Take a walk. Yeah, let's see if I level up enough just from the story. They recommend me be level 13 with level 2 gear for the story, which is exactly what I'm at. I'm gonna have to start walking here soon though. I don't have enough money to charge this thing now, this fucking class. God damn it. I forgot. Who's this one? It's not like you're that slow. These guys are in the way, brother.
Hey! Huh?
I should probably go sell stuff to the pawn shop. Get my ass opened up by these guys.
てめえ
He left himself. So these guys aren't like level 100 fucking journalists here. I gotta fight. These guys should not be able to be stronger than like they're fucking super strong. And then they get the first punch here. Nice, dude. For the mega swing, man. Is that like a level recommendation or something, dude? They're probably all pretty low health, but they got high damage. Suppose if you lose these random fights which you don't know the fucking difficulty of, you like lose a shitload of money too, man. These guys' timings, man. use a bunch of items to clear this, but let's see. Fucking timing on these two. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Yeah, we're out leveled on this shit, dude. Shame. This is kind of what I mean. Is like, and it's just any other Yakuza game. This is just like a basic sub story. You just go do it. And the game takes like 40-50 hours. But in this game, it's like you'll get out leveled. So like, even go do that same sub story, you kind of need to like go grind or just do something else for a while. Not like there's anything really that's changed other than turn-based with getting outscaled at times. This is my latest. This one. Hope to come back on that. That's okay. Unlikely I'll be able to do that one either. Because I had to fight sumos last time. I gotta fight people like that. Could do story. I really want to finish side. I mean, these sub stories will still be here. It's not like we're gonna disappear. I don't have any money either to upgrade my gear in any special way.
Aloha! Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. I feel like I've met a million people, but not even close, man. I'm only a bronze member. Can you do this on the fly? Huh. Just pound me. There's another thing you could do with money. It's just easy win some of this shit. Damn, 5,000 of fucking summon, dude. You can see all the photos in here. Alright. I forgot they have these. Them. Waves episode 2.
はい、今夜も放送が始まります。
Give me the Miku. Oh, I removed shit from the list. Oh, there it is. I forgot about this. How do you start this out on the field? Oh, here it is. Good. No Miku voice? That was a Miku game. Seems like a personal challenge to avoid as many fights as possible for no reason. Can just keep quiet?
Oh! Eh?
I'll sue you!
やんのかこの野郎。
Fuck.
Take this!
Kiryu, that was a weird movement, man. Oh well. I guess Rando's is probably easy SX, but high level but simple to kill. Probably be quicker to level up than it would be to spend 10 hours in one fight. Go fight some of the old bosses. Let's go do some walking around music.
Aloha!
Ben's Funky Wagon.
Thanks very much.
That walk's probably for that one party member. His eyes, who's out and everything. I haven't seen him in this game yet. What the fuck? This guy's walking right at me. He's a killer. Should probably play more mini games and get the music for him. Yeah, you can just play them wherever, or listen to them wherever. Yeah, Sicko Snap hard. Oh shit. Let's go, bros. Buy some music there too. I'm too liberal with my money, man. Border break. Guess we get those. Oh wait. Wanted to play Sicko Snap. Alright, man. Hard nut. Holy fuck. Can we handle it? Is it possible? Gotta wait for the zoom. What's them? Put all these perverts to film. That's the last thing I do. How's that just good? It doesn't actually care what the photo looks like, it's purely how long you hold the fucking zoom for. Like if it's not fully zoomed, that's all that matters. The photo could look like total ass or be perfect. I mean, I get it. They're not gonna make it like a fucking amazing minigame. That's so cheap, that guy was quick, dude. Expecting it too. You gotta need to wait for his pose? Or maybe just getting him is enough. I mean, I got an accent.
いい写真が撮れたぜ。
Get quite a bit on that one.
考え事か。撮れてるか。
Could do that like 10 more times plus. Maybe you could get this. A level 4 weapon, the flash. Would be a decent upgrade, but passion. A little grindy, man. I'm not gonna go grind like normal enemies, then I don't know why I'd grind that.
出発するか。
やべ、バッテリーがピンチだ。
You guys are sitting in the way still. Jesus, man. Getting in there is a bitch, dude. They said you could get more batteries from something, but I gotta wonder where. I mean, you'd want that shit earlier than later, man. I'm gonna already have like traveled most of the place. I'll just end up fast traveling for the most part. So I've discovered everything. It's probably gonna be something that sucks.
Oh.
ほう。
Is this gonna turn into romance somehow, or are they gonna pervert it by actually just being a story about dude and Vic are just friends?
へえ。ん？ああ。
I keep picking kindness things. Well, pick from the heart, bro.
Oh.
Clearly
she's got the hots for him. See them.
Huh?
Skirt.
ありがとう。
わかった。
I'm gonna warp, or am I meeting you there? Warp. Oh, does she have a misunderstanding or something here? Be like his mentor or some shit. Or is it a dude?
Hmm? Eh?
My dance school teacher. Jesus, he's a fucking giga chat. Look at this guy. My wife and kid. Something tells me this isn't romantic unless he's cheating on his wife.
Yeah.
This guy's got the fucking barrel chest, man. Jesus. Fucking hell, man. How the hell does he even move, let alone dance?
え？僕の好きな人がジェシー先生？
ジェシー先生。
なんでそうなってんだよ。
だってジェシーさんのことよく知らなかったし、まさか妻子持ちでダンディーなおじさまだなんて思ってなかったから、私てっきり年上のお姉さんを好きになったんだと思って、だからその
まあ確かに年上で素敵な人くらいしか言ってこなかったかもね。実際ここを離れるって聞いて結構へこんじゃってたし。
今回はちょっと空回っちまったが、アイナちゃんの思いやりは認めてやってくれよ。ユーリには幸せになってほしいからって必死にプルメリアのレイを作ったんだ。俺はちょっと手伝っただけだけど、アイナちゃんすげえ頑張ったんだぜ。必死に青いプルメリア探し回ってさ。
はい、そうだと思います。目に浮かぶようですよ。アイナは優しくて誰かのために必死に頑張れるやつですから。
何よ急に。
春日さんでしたよね。ありがとうございます。あとすみません、なんだか巻き込んでしまって。
いや、俺のことは気にすんな。ちゃんと見送りもできたわけだし、結果オーライだろ。
もういいや。私昔からこんなのばっかり。
アイナのおっちょこちょいは今に始まったことじゃないからね。でも昔からおせっかいでいつも僕に笑顔をくれるのはアイナだったよね。今日だってそう。アイナを見てると悩みとか悲しいって気持ちを忘れちゃうし。
それバカにしてない？
してないしてない。ちょっとしかしてないよ。
してるじゃない。
ごめんごめん。ところでさ、そのプルメリアのレイは僕のために作ってくれたんだよね。
そうだけど別にもういらないでしょ。全部私の勘違いだったわけだし。
うんうん、もらうよ。このレイを送りたい人がいるんだ。
ん？
アイナ、いつも僕に笑顔と幸せをくれてありがとう。いつか必ず伝えたいって思ってたんだ。これからもずっと僕のそばにいてほしい。だから。
He walked away still. I hope she turns him down.
成就するプルメリアのレイか。
This is like a fucking
効果抜群じゃねえか。自分のことよりも相手のことを思いやれるアイナとユーリ、二人一緒に幸せになりな。
Maybe a funny twist, or they gotta play this one straight. Nice. Nice little one. Seen that kind of subquest before, but it's always solid. Sometimes you expect it like a joke, or because they've done that kind of one before, you know, they play on it. But that's assuming you're always used to it. I would like to get this one, but I think there's like a bunch of goons up there. And I don't really know what the bond points really do for me. So I have to pay money for this one. This one I have to fight a level like 30 fucking boss alone. Oh, that's the money one. This one I have to fight more level 19. One maybe we can.
You go crazy.
Whoa.
I knew where each of these trolleys went. Jesus, running out of cash, man. Time for the story just so we can get to the money-making minigame. It's gotta exist, I highly doubt.
Hey! What are you looking at? Hey! Hello! What's up?
Yeah, I highly doubt we're just supposed to be like just dealing with it. like, yeah, good luck. Hey, you there. Let's find some easy way to get a bunch of money at some point. Honk honk. Powerful rampaging ballman.
Let's play ball!
KDkill these guys here. I like this strong.
Quit playing around!
No way, I was thinking this was Sujimon. We can take.
Quit playing around! Just try. Hurry up!
Hurry up, let's go!
Quit playing around! Hurry up! I'm waiting! Quit playing around!
行くぜ放電準備
I don't know if I like go to heal up for like every play. Cause I need all the mana I can for half of these.
Take this! Take this!
He's just getting wrecked, man. fucking up my fucking CPUs, man.
Hurry up! Quit playing around! You think I'm a fool?
Ah, sure taking your time.
Hurry up! Quit playing around!
終わらせる
俺の番だな。
さっさと来い
Hurry up! I'm waiting!
いつでもいいぜ。
Probably better do some of these combos, man.
Shall we? Here I come! Quit playing around!
ぶちかまっ
どうした
よし。
俺の番か
Underestimate the power of just a normal attack sometimes.
Hey,
46 bucks. Jeez, man. You get XP pretty fucking slow though. Like, that's it for a raid. I think that'd be like special. Maybe most of your money is from or XP's from those like boss dudes or something. Who knows? I don't know why he got 1.2. Oh, because I've got that thing equipped on him. He's just like a level 7. I thought it'd be the level we found him, man. Guy's better. Does green mean they're good or green mean? I think green means they're bad. I think the bronze is better. Yeah, he's like way better.
喉乾いたな。
Oh, you can use the committee. I get you. Dodge all these assholes again? Yes.
Is there a problem? This ain't a show, dipshit.
Aloha.
Aloha. Vodka Zagushi. Zucchini. What is vodka? Zagushi? Because this literally says sushi. Almost.
ガキの頃苦手だったピクルスを
大人っていうか
そういう話じゃねえ。
エモーショナルは知らねえけど海外のバーで酒飲むなんて。
そうそう、そういうこと。でも実際こうして仲間と一緒に酒飲んでん
仲間か。俺のことを仲間と言ってくれるおっさんと。
おっさんは余計だ。明日のことだって誰にもわからね
え。お前と会うまでは先の見えねえ暗い闇の中を必死にもがいてた気分だったが、面白いやつだよ。
そうじゃ、そんな面白い。
あ、乾杯。ごちそうさん。
There's no studio ones. Wonder why. Maybe all his stuff story. Or maybe he can like some peace out or something. At some point.
Is there a problem?
Almost fucking busted. Man. We're out of batteries, I should say. It ain't cheap, man. The time save, dude. It's priceless. I gotta save all the time because I don't have enough money to take a loss. I don't wanna waste the time. But I don't know if these side quests are gonna be too high level. Find out.
Yeah.
Matt Tropico.
Yo. Huh?
Hi.
Hey.
Yeah.
Huh?
People did care, bro. Okay, we gotta go like find them again now. They really want you to hoof it, man. For these subclass. I'm sure he's just like completely somewhere ass random, yeah. Like he's off in the fucking corner of the map. Lose money, man. I'm almost fucking out. Start fighting Gins for my cab bear. probably fight some anyways.
Huh?
I wouldn't be surprised if we could fight the ones with the...
Huh?
Look at this shit. Holy fuck, this place is loaded. I don't remember what level that guy was that's blocking the way. I think he was... I could try.
Your face pisses me off. What's with your face? What's with your face? What you looking at?
Flyway!
17.
ぶちかます Come at me! 受けてみな行くぜアタックライン よし
No luck on that.
Hold still! ガンガン行くぜ 行くぜ
俺の番だな。
さっさと来い
行くぜ。放電準備。し
Dude, he accidentally hit. Fuck. This is what I hate about this combat system, man. Oh my fucking god. Like, they just shuffle around. Like, just fucking madmen, dude. Like, I wish they would only move... Like, you could only move a certain amount every turn, and the enemies had, like, set amounts of movement, and then you could, like, plan your movements and, like, combo them off of people and shit. Instead, if you just wait around, you will get, like... It will, like, pay off to just sit there and wait. Because sometimes they'll move into a position where you can hit more guys with an AoE, or you can set up, like, a combo. Or a situation where you move your guy far enough away, or you think you do, and you'll just get, like, hit by something because you don't know what their AoE range is. It's just like, god, that was the same way in the first game. And it's just unchanged, man. It's like, I really think this combat system would probably be, like, way better if, like, it wasn't that way. But it do be, man. Because that's kind of where this combat's like, got something that's fun. I mean, it's not like there's no turn-based games with positioning and combos and shit. Where's Kiri right now? Like, how am I gonna do a fucking combo with this shit? Like, if it's based on proximity on here, he's gonna hit, then, like, you don't want to go in with, like, a very particular, like, person at the right time and shit. Like, I didn't do shit. What do you want?
Come on, bring it.
Hoping Kiryu would bounce off of that. The random movement. I feel like they do that to try to keep it feeling kind of actiony. But it ends up just being kind of fucking goofy.
Don't you move! How dare you pull that shit on me!
Now I just moved out of the way. Like I'm prepping the combo.
Are you scared?
I guess you're just supposed to be like quick is the idea. Still killed him. Could have just attacked. Here you get in position, bro. I don't know when you defend on that, if you even can. What? They didn't get Kiryu? He's like, really? He's like 2 feet away? Oh my fucking god, dude.
Here we go!
You're kidding me, I did 2 hits on it. But that didn't fucking heal Kiryu was the only reason we lost. Like, what the fuck? He's like, well, he's right there, dude. Oh my god, these fucking the range movement shit is so fucking annoying, man. Just have them sit still and let me move them around, man. It was like the most gimme improvement on the combat. They did nothing.
Alright!
Like, if you want it to be fast action, then have it be fast action.
You better focus!
俺の番だな。もらった。おりゃ。隅々までしっかりと。ぶちかます。ほら来いよ。
I should just go for damage on him.
やるのか。
腰抜き野郎が。
Further away, the harder you'll hit.
What's with you?
Huh?
受けてみな。
おまけだ。よし。
相手してやる。
行くぜ。放電準備。しげな。
行くぜ。
ほら来いよ。
叩き潰す。しゃ。
This is hard for him. There's no choice but to heal here. Like he keeps moving, like just at least make it so when I'm like in my skill menu, they just stop fucking moving. Like, fucking Christ, man.
もらった。放電準備しつけな。
You better focus.
問題ねえ。俺の番か。
いつでもいいぜ。
寝てろ。
Thank you. Here's the most tanky by far.
ビビってんのか。よし行くぜ。放電準備しつけな。
行くぜ。
You better
シン
focus.
プルに行くぜ。
こうねえのか。
ほら来いよ。
What's with you?
終わらせる。
Thank you for the salt scatter. Seriously, I'd rather him be salt scattered than anything else right now. I don't know if I need to heal. I don't know. I'm gonna hold off just in case. Not gonna finish me.
放電準備勝負しろよ。
Nice. I relived too. Jesus Christ.
強すぎだろ。
いい調子だぜ。
Safe key.
まだ強くなれるだろう。
また強くなっちまった。
Or did I get a full level off of it?
Huh? これは俺の気持ちだ。受け取ってくれ。おお、これは。おめえにそこだ。見せてやるよ、来いよ。わかった。よろしくな。
Cool. He's better.
いいコンディション。ガキの頃はこういう
結構わんぱくだ。
傷だらけだった。
まあ俺も
俺からしたらだな。
よっしゃ
The last one for him. Blackout.
ー。コンプリートだ。
Runs forever because of the bingo. Man. That feels real natural, dude. A walk and talk finale with your friend. Cool. Unable to progress. Okay. Not too surprised there. Another fire guy.
Oh. ハワイに来てそんなに長くねえが、トミーとはいい。
確かにな。つっても最近は
だな。
It's like the place where I can just pick up herbs everywhere.
Open 開けてみるか。やったぜ。
Black. Junior suit buff. A little bit of everything. Okay. Why dudes up. That would be the boss guys. That would be worth it. Yeah.
いつでもやれるぞ。
開けてみるか。開いたぜ。
Well, we definitely want HP.
みなぎってきたぜ。なるほど。よし。上昇上昇。
Even harder guy. Also.
This ain't a show, dipshit. God, your face pisses me off.
開けてみるか。やったぜ。
God, your face pisses me off.
Combat sword. Seems like I should probably be buying keys whenever I see them. I don't remember where the key vendors were though. I hope I just find enough out of the field.
Knock it off with the staring. Now's the time for my
後悔するなよ。
ぶちかます。ガツンといくぜ。
どうした。
よし。来ねえのか。
This is gonna hurt.
俺の番か。
ガンガンいくぜ。
俺の番だな。
調子が出たんじゃねえか。開けてみるか。開いたぜ。
気分が乗ってきたぜ。
I got some sword, like a high level sword. Can't use that. Oh, who that's for? And all these weapons for people. The sword. That one guy uses sword. The kind of the cook ramen guy. I worked with the. This is the Triad or the Chinese Mafia.
What you looking at?
You throw it away, you like. さっさと始めようぜ。
That's just in the way, man.
What? 受けてみな。
相手してやる。行くぜ。ついてこれる。いつでもいいぜ。
Better not run.
俺の番だな。もらった。放電準備。いいな。
Almost killed him.
俺の番か。
Killed him too.
よし。強すぎだろ。
悪くない気分だぜ。
これが俺の真骨頂よ。
Some XP and shit at least. need to heal to do this. I would not be surprised if it's like a fight. We'll see. I'll save and find out.
日本の漫画が英語版で表紙のデザインも
こっちでも結構人気あるんだぜ。
へえ。
まあな。
なるほど。
ただそうなってくるとまだこっちで掲載されてない最新。
そういう危険。
やんだみてえだな。Hey, you there!
Yo. All the way in the top right of the fucking map for this next part of the subquest.
Huh?
Oh, of course he's got drama. They're just hanging out here in one of the most crime-heavy parts of town. Or hooligan high parts of town.
Hey, you there! Hey, you there! Hey, you
Oh.
there!
そうだ。
そう。
An alarm to remind me to take my medicine. Is this Matt Traffic's old shit? Will he go back to his old ways? Realize that his music made a difference and the popularity didn't matter, man. So hopefully we can get to him in time. These guys blocking the way to something or other. Sushi joint, yeah, I'm sure that'll be fucking cheap.
Aloha!
Welcome!
Piping hot piece. Doesn't matter what I get. What's the cheap? It's the only thing that's gonna get me. It is 2024.
Thank you very much.
They're usually set. More often than not in modern day. Some exceptions like 0. Yeah, this has like VTubers and all that shit in it. Like plot points and stuff. Pretty sure. They like drop 2024 at some point in one of the quizzes. I'm sure there's a way I could check in game. But I'm pretty good at it.
June. 備はできてるぜ。さて。
Matthew's all the way over here. Yeah, it's cool. Part of the fun of some of the subquests and stuff is commentary on, you know, modern day popular and culture and goofy shit like that. I mean, they might not go crazy, but it tends to be something kind of, I guess you could say, unique about them. Not that other games I suppose don't do that. This format. Alright, Matt. Good car, he's valid.
Yo.
Want it back.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hmm?
Ah.
Let's see if she'll let me take her kid who's chronically fucking ill. Getting a major surgery to a concert. Complete stranger here.
Aloha.
There's some shit I can sell. I don't know if this jeweled shell's just for selling or not. Or you're just supposed to sell it.
Thank you for stopping. Aloha.
Oh, battery pack. Fucking a million though. Beef keys.
Thank you for.
気分が乗ってきたぜ。
And breakout. Oh, it's breakout again? Oh, these like remixes of breakout. This is like you know, breakout like Brick Breaker runs. Oh, any Brick Breaker I fucking know musically. The shitty poachers, yeah. Yeah, a lot of them have to use like the internet and all that kind of stuff. Just kind of depends. Like the main story, like our guy lost his job because a VTuber who reports news who's supposed to be trustworthy reported on him doing shady things, which he wasn't. So that kind of cascaded into where he is now. So I'm sure we'll meet the VTuber and stuff. Like internet canceling and all that shit. Yeah, I mean, they're super deep to say, but they'll have like kind of a cute, short little episodic subquest about some topic or something. Themed usually, and each game around some idea, but I think this one it's a bit more just kind of stuff happening.
Yo.
Let's go, Pete.
No.
Oh yeah, yeah. Most of the Yakuza games are based on actual cities in Japan and stuff. I'm guessing they went out to Hawaii and had an excruciating research session in Hawaii. Yeah, they get a lot of quizzes and a little bit of culture and stuff for Hawaii that we've already learned, and I'd imagine they'll keep dipping into it. I mean, obviously there's a bunch of extreme fake bullshit, but they try to do the places some kind of service. So that's where they take place. It's where a lot of side quests and stuff will be dipping into. I think they've had us learn a little bit about some cuisine and fun fact and shit like that. I mean, obviously it's not quite like a tour of the actual place, but they try to play it up a bit. Really, that's interesting. That'd be something to live in Hawaii. Yeah, we were looking it up last stream. Most expensive place to live in America for sure. Quite a bit. Not surprising. They said in game that it has the highest homeless population per, capita or whatever out of any state. I fact checked that and it wasn't true, but it's actually pretty close. It's like top 5 or more. I guess there's nowhere really for the homeless to go, and it's super expensive. So probably why. Go to Washington or some shit, or California.
ありがとうございます。
おう。
そう。
Yeah, exactly. Would not be surprised if all that adds up to why. I like how he wants to like touch people's hearts and all that. And he's probably gonna come up here in his Mad Max outfit.
Ooh.
He's gonna do one for them, one for the kid.
疲れてないか、ピート。
うん、大丈夫。みんな楽しそうだね。
おめえは楽しくないのか。
楽しいよ。いい曲ばっかりだったし。でもやっぱり。
それじゃあ最後の曲になります。今日は僕のコンサートに来てくれて本当にありがとう。最後の曲はずっと僕を応援してくれていて今一番勇気を必要としている人へ送る。
The transformation in Potato Rock.
ワイルドロックだ。
何？どういうこと？
ライブ乗っ取り？そんなことある？てか誰？マシ君は？
ゴーレムさん。
手術にビビって泣きべそかいている情けないガキがこの町にいると聞いてよ。俺様の歌でケツをぶったたいてやろうと思って駆けつけてやったんだ。
うわー、ゴーレムか。
This kid's fucking bombed, man. What the?
そいつがねえと始まんねえだろ。
It's just had that
ゴーレ
was
ムガウル
fucking.
フ。
お前ら野生の宴が始まるぞ。 One song for you.
What happened to Matt Tropico? Just these two in the front popping up.
ゴーレムさん。
おいおいおいおい。
はあ、最高。
なあ、いいコンサート。いや、
The fees.
野生の宴だったな。
僕もう死んでもいい。
それはマジで勘弁してくれ。
You're dying, kid.
とても感動しました。僕ずっとファンで。今日は本当にありがとうございました。
おう、治療は頑張れそうか。
はい、手術頑張ります。本当はまだちょっと怖いけど、ゴーレムさんの歌を思い出して絶対に直してきます。またライブにも来たいし。
はっ、当たり前だ。こんなところでくたばってたらただじゃおかねえぞ。もっと俺様の曲を聴いてもらわねえとな。
はい。
よかったな。
春日さん、俺様は自分が恥ずかしい。そりゃこの格好のことじゃねえ。かつての音楽にも感動してくれる人がいたのに、それに気づかず勝手に黒歴史と言って封印してしまったことだ。多くの人に届けられる音楽はもちろん素晴らしい。だが本当の価値というのは人の数ではない。一人でも感動させられるのなら、勇気を与えられるなら、それだけで音楽は素晴らしいものだ。ようやくそれに気づくことができた。礼を言うぜ。マッシュトロピコとしてもゴーレムガンウルフとしても、みんなに音楽を届けられる俺様は本当に幸せだ。今はどちらも大切な自分だと胸を張れるぞ。これはその礼だ。受け取ってくれ。
Nice.
あんたがそう考えられるようになったなら
Everybody's just still standing there.
遠回りだったかもし
This is
れ
a
ない
good
が
one.
無駄なことなんてなかったな。
Honestly, they're pulling on the obvious little strings there, but
頑張れ、ゴーレムガウルフ。
a good message about music and
まだまだぶちかますぜ。大地の叫びを聞け。ポテト天国。
イエーイ。
これは売れないかもな。
the kids having fun, man. Well, that's a good message about music, man. I like that one. And it was endearing with the kid and shit, getting all into it. His little surgery and stuff. Yeah, I feel like he'd be pretty popular in the right places, man. The Potato Rock, dude. Maybe not Hawaii. I was hoping some of the other people would get into it, but I guess it kind of like pushes the idea more that he was cool with people not giving a shit. As long as one person did, and it was for him too. Alright, this one is probably too high level, guys. Maybe-ish. Although I have leveled up a few times since. They were 19. No point. This I need a shitload of money. This guy's level 30 and he's solo, so I think that's kind of it on subquests for now. I'll probably go for story. Oh, really? No, ma. I mean, is it metal? What kind of music is it? Oh yeah, metal. There it is. I skipped right over you saying that. Cool. That sounds fun. I'm sure they're a hoot to see. A hoot and a holler. Oh man. Yep. Cool. I'll try to decide if I want to take a break or just go on with more story. I might take a little break, get a little food, chill for a minute, and maybe we'll do a little Helldivers or something. I've been on for about 9 hours. Which is maybe not too bad. We could go for longer, but I don't know if I want to start story that deep in, because it'll probably go for a bit. I think we've done almost half of the sub-stories. I mean, we gotta wrap up a couple of these. Like knocking these out is cool. I don't know what this is. The bonds are something different than the mini games and the story and all that. We will see. Like I said, I'm thinking like Sujimon I might dip on. I'm gonna have to see what people think and all that. It seems like I could probably just run around and get all the Sujimon trainers and stuff. There's a lot of them, but it would save me time not to. I don't know how much that's gonna pay off and main story kind of completion ability, like levels and stuff. So, I don't know. I'll have to see. I usually go for all the major side mini games, but kind of like a Pokemon ripoff. I'm not really too worried. Like I said, it kind of has the formula of the typical major mini game with the Elite Four with the final guy, and there's probably gonna be some drama on how they relate to the president or the professor. Too. This guy underneath me, man. I've not had many bad neighbors in all the places I've lived, except this guy. Me and my brother fucking hate this dude. He's like a pathetic person. He just screams and cries when he's playing like FIFA or like Madden or something, I think it is, because we can usually hear him very clearly what he's saying through the floor underneath us. Like, he clearly lives alone, We've seen his parents show up before, but he's just like a grown-ass man. Just fucking yelling and screaming and crying and bitching about the fucking game he's playing. And it's just fucking pathetic, man. It's one of those things, like, it's not so loud, it's just like, you know, grating, but it's like, just even hearing it a little bit just annoys the fuck out of you, man. I hate being around fucking angry ass people or that kind of shit too, so it's just like that. Plus, I just heard him fucking just screaming, dude. And I'm like, you gotta know that other people can hear you, right? Like, are you fucking stupid as shit? Or like, do you just have no like respect for people around you? Or like both? like you fucking have no respect, so you have like no sense for like what you're able to like people are gonna hear around you. Like they're not thin walls or anything. It's just like, what the fuck? I just feel bad for the guy next to him. He probably hears it worse. He's an older dude. He can barely get around, man. He's stuck hearing this fucking loser just fucking go off. Me and my brother are like quiet as shit. Anyways, I just think it's funny. Annoying, but also kind of funny. Yeah, all the places I've lived, I've really had almost no issue. There's a house a street or two away that has a subsystem so fucking loud that it like shakes the apartment. But that probably sucks for everybody living in like a 300-foot fucking radius or more. But other than that, it's like just this fucking guy, man. It's just like, yeah, man. You're more just annoyed at like how pathetic it is, more than you are the noise itself. You're just like, God, like really, man. I would never go complain about it because there's only like 2 people around him, so he would know right away. And I don't need some fucking rage monster doing some weird shit. But I'm just like, Jesus. My thing is like, why play something that you just fucking get that angry at, man? It's just like, what the fuck is wrong? It's wild. I get getting a little hot, you know, at a game or something if you're really going at it. But man, just being like a total fucking loser is just wild. Anyways, just thought that was kind of funny. Like just blabbing about. Yeah, thank you guys for hanging out very much. I appreciate the conversation tonight. It's kind of a weird time. In a way. Not really. I mean, I stream just whenever. But, probably be back on. But not 100% sure. I've been kind of tired today. I think I'm having the caffeine crash after I crank a bunch of caffeine. Probably won't do any more Yakuza today unless I'm just feeling a second wind on doing some story. No, it's all good. I mean, it's not like it's not keeping me up. Well, I mean, it might wake me up. I just think it's like, I guess it's just something more interesting to talk about. Because you don't get to see inside people's lives like that too often. So somebody raging out, little peak. And you're just like, man, that's kind of sad. And yeah, appreciate hanging out. Good talking to you. But yeah, I might get back on Helldivers here in a little bit. We'll see. Might be able to. I don't know if we have anybody playing Helldivers right now. I don't think Cora's on. Not around. Maybe won't be on. I'd have to do a little solo, which I mean I could do. Anyway, bye bye for now.